Okay, so I'm back after an unexpected absence for a week. Uh, Throat issues again. What else is new? But it did give a little bit of extra time for that poll, which I put up on my YouTube channel. So yes, this is one mechanical maniacal man. And tonight, as chosen by anyone and everyone who voted in that poll, which was about 13 people, not including me, I did not vote in that poll at all. I am now streaming one offs for a couple of weeks, starting with Arcana Apothecary, which is a romance game developed, at least in part, by my friend Mint Elves slash Midorikawa, who has been in voice chat with me here a few times. So, the only thing I know about this game is that it is a romance game. Keep in mind, I only have one display, so it's going to be a little bit awkward trying to see all of your comments and stuff. I'm going to do the best that I can, but we'll see what I can do here. This is my first time actually trying to stream a computer game as opposed to something on my Switch. So obviously having an actual second screen would be very helpful here. I do not have it. Let's see if I can't make this screen a little smaller. Oop. Well, that's definitively not what I meant to do. Should open up. There we go. Yeah. No, I exited out the game by accident. Like I said, this is going to be a bit of a learning process for me. Um, See just how big of a screen I can. There we go. Okay. So I can do this and I can still see all of your comments. Excellent. So let's see. About, because I want to give the creators of this game credit. Well, okay, apparently I can't do that here, but let's just dive right in with start. So if memory serves, and Midori will be here in a bit. I saw her comment in the Twitch chat. But the basic premise of this game, it's a romance game. So a little bit outside of my usual wheelhouse, but such is life. And I think the premise is this is a world where there's magic, but not everyone can use magic, or it's generally frowned upon. And someone just inherited a deck of cards like a tarot card deck thingy, and they help people with love or find their love or what have you. So, huzzah! The automatic doors slid shut behind me with a quiet buzz, a stamp of finality on my most recent rejection. Rejection! The noise rang inside of my mind as a deep sigh heaved out of my lungs. I lifted my hand to wipe away beads of sweat I hadn't even realized were forming. My hunched form entered the cold night. It is cold tonight. It really is. Unable to appreciate the solitude it offered me. Speaking of solitude, I am actually in a what should hopefully be a relatively soundproof booth that I set up in my basement over the weekend. We'll see how well it actually works because I'm inside the booth, my computer is not, so there is kind of one face the direction that I'm facing, what's not soundproof, but hopefully the soundproof material on three quarters, or actually, it's a lot more than that because it's above me too. But we'll see. Good old, yes. No, well, look, my wife has been complaining for long enough, that poor woman, about my loud voice carrying upstairs when she's trying to, do stuff in the kitchen, or even sometimes just in the front of the house. So, I'm thinking, yeah. Well, okay, I'm not thinking. Thinking is dangerous. The silence did nothing to ease the despair that weighed down my heavy heart. Tonight was simply another edition in a long series of failed apartment viewings. Each rejection spun me further into complete desperation, cracking me bit by bit. It seemed fate had become crueler than ever, reaching its tormental climax. Not only was I was rejected by the least professional realtor in the city. Whoa, that is adding insult to injury. Tardy, disorganized, and awful at hiding their thoughts, I saw it in their eyes the second I mentioned my circumstances, fresh out of college and unemployed. Well, that's fun. I was not a suitable candidate. I thought I had made all the right choices. They hadn't felt right, but they had seemed right. Interesting. How can something feel right, or how can something seem right but not feel right? You know what? That's a fair point. Though again, this isn't Phoenix Wright, so I don't know how much I know about right versus wrong in this series. When it came to college, business seemed the most reasonable thing to do. A business degree from a good college was supposed to make me a valuable addition to society. Instead, I was stuck trudging down deafeningly silent streets at night, just as lost as I was before I even applied for the damn course. I let my feet carry me deeper into the town without a care for where I ended up. My steps hit the path with a heavy intent, each blow knocking specks of dust from the cobbled stone. The thick overcast blocked the moon's light, preventing me from realizing how late it had become. The bulk of the gray clouds that tarred the sky in the recent weather meant the night should have been biting and dark. Yet it wasn't dim or chilly, and I certainly didn't feel its teeth wrapping around my neck. That was just a vampire. Realizing the cold air from before was no longer biting at me, I stopped to look around. Okay. Hello? Who is this person? The not-so-distant night market ensured the streets were brightly lit. The spellbound lanterns offered a soft warmth with each flicker of their amber flames, acting as a replacement for the blocked starlight. Rows of enchanted lights formed a path, ushering passers-by towards the shining bazaar. How bizarre! I could hear the crowds from here, the laughter of the patrons, stall owners shouting out deals and offers, the gentle clinking of charms and chimes. I sauntered among the welcoming flames, feeling the burden of my exhausted spirits slowly dispelling. Okay. The bazaar's enticing smells and twinkling lights drew me closer. Oh, hi! So, yeah, I am playing the game because I happen to know one of your other creators slash writers, Midorikawa. Thank you for stopping by. I assume Midori told you that I would be playing that this evening. Um, so far, I really like how the game looks. I'm captivated by by the story so far, like really building up that imagery, which is something I appreciate. Then again, I also read Tolkien, so It is. Like, I love how this looks. Anyway, the bazaar's enticing smells and twinkling lights drew me closer, despite my sprouting hesitancy. The convoluted realm of magic was something I'd yearned for, yet avoided. It wasn't rare to see small instances of magic in the world. Charms strapped to bags, crystals twisted into jewelry, or simple sigils painted on skin. Each time my eyes sought one out, I felt that all too familiar pull. I mean, look, I will say I'm not a professional story writer or professional writer in any capacity. Certainly not a game creator in any capacity. Lone and Midori can tell you that I did do a little bit of story writing while I was a member of War Room staff on Bulba Garden, and I like to think I crafted a decently good story.
And just for the record, Emmy,
Yes.
I have the scripts pulled up. Obviously, I can't just toss out axes like that. But once you get to actual like character dialogue, I can help you read on my end. And if Ellie pops in later, he can too.
Yeah, no. I mean, again, it is one problem with using... So, to Snowy's point, by the way, I did hydrate. It does get a little difficult to see names and whatever while people are in here. Well, I love having people in here, I do. But, like, there's such a small amount of space that I've got. I can make it maybe a little bit bigger.
Plus, our names are very long and silly in this server.
He should know the difference between mine and DW's voice.
As is my way, but anyway, let's get back to the game. And again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Now back to our show. It wasn't rare to see small instances of magic in the world. Charms strapped to bags, crystals twisted into jewelry, or simple sigils printed on skin. Each time my eyes sought one out, I felt that all too familiar pull. Gravity or electromagnetism, I would wager. Small enchanted tokens are the only form of magic you'd see on the average person since the Reform. The Council, capital C. Yeah, the Council, capital C, brought down heavy restrictions and reformations for everyone after a string of terrifying incidents a few centuries ago. The answer to most problems is magnets, Snowy. Most problems. Now, I will say, if you ever find yourself in a guillotine, for some reason, yes, the answer to that is 100% electromagnets. Put one on either side of the blade and you'll stop that fucker cold.
I feel like they generally don't let the executee tamper with the guillotine.
Oh yes, so Little Goblin Knows Best is something you can do. Both LG and Midori are substitute goblins, so... what should I do? Keep in mind, I think Upside Down's just not going to work here. Because I can't...
probably not.
No, yeah, this is incredibly small text.
It could, but I'd be the one probably stuck reading at that point.
The problem with it is I'm not looking at my stream, I'm looking at the actual game screen. So I can't flip that upside down, and I can't flip myself upside down.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah. What are the other things? Hydrate and no glasses? I don't think
no glasses. Go north wouldn't apply, take that wouldn't apply. There's probably not a ton you can do, but yeah.
Yeah, for this there's probably not a lot because we don't want to like ruin your chance of reading it. That's not going to end well. So I would just say make you hydrate.
I mean, does LG agree?
Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
Alright. That's the only way to make me hydrate, by the way, because I actually removed that reward. It's too powerful.
So instead, you've handed the power to the goblins. Great choice.
Someone has to remind me to take care of myself most of the time, as evidenced by my right thumb right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Midori, did I tell you what happened to my thumb?
Nope.
Oh boy. Oh,
No.
yeah, stupid Farfel Muncher and, the other one, Snipper Wapper, would work. And would probably test out this little soundproof booth that I'm in. But,
Also tonally hilarious.
it probably would be, yes.
What is
But-
stupid Farfel Muncher?
Stupid Farfel Muncher is Manfred von Karma voice, Snipper Wapper is Old Bag voice. You've already chosen Hydrate. You've already chosen Hydrate,
No,
so
we're choosing Hydrate for the first one, don't worry.
yeah. Okay.
Anyways,
Norman was asking for a different reason. Alright, powerful magic fell into the wrong hands, as it was bound to eventually, and we developed a deep reverence for the dangers of magic. Something that powerful shouldn't be taken lightly, nor handed out to anyone with open hands. Open hands. The restrictions caused a greater sense of safety for most, but magic that held place in daily life sunk into the protective shadows of the black market. Though it is the world's worst kept secret, the black market's association with demons and classified knowledge are enough to steer most locals away from its fathomless silhouette. Oh dear, Mr. Snowy has said we must discuss the Nintendo Switch 2. To which the first thing that I will say is objection! Why the fuck do we constantly need new gaming consoles? This is the most pointless thing that I have ever seen since unsliced bread.
I mean, sincerely, what even is there to discuss? It is a slightly bigger Nintendo Switch.
They're just following the same pattern as Xbox and PlayStation by this point.
Yeah,
That's
there's really not much to say.
Like I said, the Nintendo Switch is actually a very good console. Now granted, it took me forever, like at least 3 years, to actually buy a Switch after one could buy a Switch, and I only bought the Switch because I was literally going insane from hard work in the beginning of 2020, when I was literally working on life and death applications in medical industries. But I am very happy with the performance of the Nintendo Switch, and I think that the Nintendo Switch 2 is a shameless cash grab for these people. And I object to it immensely. Even if there is slightly better performance out of the Nintendo Switch 2, it is not worth the price tag.
Agreed.
Do we actually know the price tag at this point?
I do not give a fuck what the price is. Unless it is free, it is not worth beans. It is not worth the farfel that I munch.
I don't think no.
But it'll, like, realistically, it'll probably be at least as expensive as the Switch. Or probably at least as expensive as the Switch OLED. Also, context for you Normans. That was the voice that I used to voice Manfred von Karma from Ace Attorney 1's Turnabout Goodbyes. It's such a funny and stupid voice that I decided I would make it a channel point reward because I just can't not do that voice. Because, spoilers, Manfred von Karma is dead. But, like, even though it's not the greatest voice for my throat, I still love doing that voice.
What do you mean he's dead? We talked to him in the last... In the last Ace Attorney episode.
Yes, but only because somehow you stupid farfel munchers managed to call the world of the dead. I do not know how you did it.
You're acting like you don't sleep with him every night.
Only until the Yoko pillowcases arrive.
Anyways, probably return to the actual game.
We should. By the way, these are supposed to be one-shots. given how much I screw around, it'll probably be 2 episodes for this and 2 episodes for Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, which, spoilers, that's going to be the next one-off thing that I do. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's enough farfel munching for now.
Yeah.
I unconsciously glanced at my phone as my mind flitted through the small album of magical instances that I had come across in my day-to-day life. Graffiti of sigils and runes, pretty spellbooks, crystal bouquets. It allowed me to quietly admire the illustrious beauty of magic. And of course, no amount of pretty photography had quenched my curiosity or gave me a solid stance on the matter. Opposing views on magic existed everywhere. Every book, poster, or overheard argument claiming something different. That sounds like modern-day politics in a nutshell. Dangerous,
Really does.
dangerous but helpful, terrifying but beautiful. How was I meant to make sense of it? No amount of wide-eyed staring from afar would change how I... That technically makes sense, right? In order to actually figure something out, you have to experience it for yourself. Don't trust what other people say. Other people can be goobers. By the way, I believe I have only played Mario Kart once. I'm pretty sure it was with MCH, and it was when he came to visit here, and I was just hanging out with him for a bit. I never got into Mario Kart. I never got into Mario Party. I played, I want to say it was the original Smash Brothers back in the day, and then at one point in time at my high school, after I graduated, I think they got like a game console in the student break room or something, and there was a Smash Brothers game in there.
They gave the students a console?
I don't think they gave it. I think it was donated. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't the latest console. It was probably given by one of the families or something. Anyway, there wouldn't be a better time to dip my foot into the world I'd so quietly longed for. I followed the soft amber lights down the cobbled path and deep into the market's hub, allowing the beautiful night to lead my feet forward. My eyes perused the differing wares and patrons, shuffling along the stalls, like a deck of cards. The flickers of the enchanted fire wrapping everything in a gentle glow. You want to see me and the goblins playing Mario Party. Okay, I am aware of what Mario Party is. Mario Party may very well cause the end of friendships. Probably not quite as bad as Monopoly does. The decorations and...
Phase 10 is worse.
What's worse?
Phase 10. My family doesn't play without fighting.
Yeah, I know that one.
I don't know what that is. I don't want to know what that is. The decorations and effort varied almost comically from stall to stall. Some had draped mystical flowers and lit enchanted incense to draw in the crowds, while others settled for simple wooden signs and tiny free samples, like tiny goblins. I read about the night market once, in an abandoned magazine I spotted in a cafe. I only had time to skim the article before the store closed. You couldn't have taken the magazine with you?
Hey, she just graduated college. You think she has money?
An abandoned magazine.
You know what? Fair point.
Like, it's like someone left a newspaper on a table, and she picked up the newspaper. Like, it's not a massive object. It's not one you have to pay for. I mean, obviously she doesn't have money. That's why she's being rejected for renting everywhere.
Yeah, no, I just realized what it says.
Anyway.
We didn't notice that. Okay, whatever. It's a glance over line.
Consider, not big. Consider this me beta testing your game and pointing out logical flaws and inconsistencies. I'm not doing it to make fun of you. Like, I'm not, but like,
No, I know.
this is what I do in every game I play. Anyway, the market used to be triple its size, but many had moved to the aforementioned black market due to the reforms. Due to this, the night market only offered simple and harmless magical tokens. There was an array of crystals, moon water, herbs, or herbs as Snowy would prefer that I say, charms and talismans on display. Further down, I could spot some alchemy stands with soft-colored potions for sale. At the very bottom of the market, aha! I have figured out whose bottom I'm getting to. Never mind, Snowy, I was just commenting on my pronunciation of the word herb, which you prefer as herb. I can see that you're paying close attention. Anyway, the very bottom of the market. What does a market's bottom look like?
A bottom.
Fair enough. A few fortune-telling booths stood tall, decorated delicately with chimes and wreaths. Did they have cookies?
Not yet.
Oh. There seemed to be a particularly large crowd down there. I could tell most of the commotion I heard before seemed to be focused there. Despite the stunning beauty of the market, I couldn't help but feel so utterly purposeless. Well, if you were feeling porpoiseless, I would suggest getting a dolphin. Purposeless, I really can't help you. My eyes soaked in the sight of every vendor interacting with customers who were no doubt heading back to their homes with their new purchases. It was too much. I could feel that overfamiliar anxiety building in my chest, creeping up my spine. A group barged into the market behind me, and their loud laughter did nothing to calm my nerves. I moved forward to avoid blocking them, continuing onwards with unsteady steps, even though my eyes were getting watery. An anxiety attack in the middle of the magic market. The commotion from the center of the bazaar and the intense body heat swarming off the endless crowds quickly infiltrated my sense. You really do a great job building the atmosphere.
I didn't write this part.
Well,
But,
you
yeah.
as in the game creators.
Oh, yep. Yeah, no, all the writers are great.
Yeah. It was all far too overwhelming. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, needing a break from the stimulation of the market. The cold relief that washed over me was all too quickly replaced by a hot flush of panic. Right, that makes more sense. Was all too quickly replaced by a hot flush of panic as I felt myself being pushed into the stall on my left. I shot my hands out to steady myself, submerging my fingers in a soft, mossy texture. Oh god, it's someone's hair, isn't it?
No.
Oh. I forced my eyes to focus on the small sample of herbs I had crushed in my undignified stumble. The cute handwritten sign read, Entodin Seductrix?
I love that name. It's not what you think.
Oh no!
Not
Well,
what you think.
this is a romance game.
It's not what you think.
According to the sign, it was an important food source for small familiar. What?
Yeah, you gotta feed. What? You don't feed your familiars?
I feed my I make sure my goblins are fed. I don't have direct control to feed them, and incidentally, it was trying to open a bag of cat food that I sliced up my thumb Saturday night. So, yes, I understand feeding small familiars, but like, why the hell is it called Seductrix?
I don't know. I think the person liked the name. I love it though. It's hilarious.
Oh, it's funny, but it's misleading.
I know. Quick question, because you're about to come up to actual characters speaking. Would you prefer me to read the main character or the side characters?
Well, whose voice have I been? I assume that I've been voicing the main character.
The narrator is the main character. Yes, Luna. She's the one that's on the screen right now.
In that case, it's probably better, since I'm the one playing the game, that I should continue voicing the narrator.
Okay.
You can voice the side characters. LG, just chime in with witty comments whenever you feel like it.
I will keep a note of this instruction.
I mean, that's why I love having people in my voice chat, specifically for witty banter. Anyway, I timidly looked up at the vendor as I pried my hand out of the silky moss, quick words of regret spilling out. My apology was gently interrupted by a soft hand on my shoulder and an abundance of pink curls in my peripheral. Pink curls, you say?
Whoop.
I didn't know why, but my heart rate began to slow. I found myself taking a deep breath and my shoulders naturally relaxed. I was still unsteady, but more aware of my surroundings.
Thank goodness. That wasn't as bad as it could have been. You could have smashed your delicate hand right into the nettles.
I looked to the slight left of the mess I made and saw a neat tray of nasty-looking nettles. The beautiful woman picked up the tags I knocked over and set them back in place. She ushered me away from the bustling crowds and handed me a dainty green handkerchief from her satchel. She's kinda cute.
Yep, that's Lilia. Oh, she'll introduce herself in a moment.
When she turned to face me, her gaze was warm and calming, like she was reading me. She didn't seem at all fazed by my fall. I reluctantly wiped my hand clean on the pretty cloth as I took in the rest of her appearance. Her hair immediately attracted my gaze. Yes, pink hair technically kind of falls under the same category as a redhead.
I'm thinking your obsession with redheads.
I mean, look, pink, orange, and red are all technically all wrapped up in the redhead category. Now, I prefer pure red, but pink and orange technically count. Purple does not. Purple absolutely does not.
Duly noted.
That's smelly melly. By the way, those two still apply in this too, because the tsunderes can technically be done anywhere. Her hair immediately attracted my gaze, long pink curls decorated with pretty white flowers and spilling over her shoulders. A few stray curls brought attention to the softness in her eyes and the subtle pink gloss on her lips. She was about my height, if not a bit taller, which made her curls appear even more elegant. She noticed me staring at the flowers and chuckled while sliding one out of her curls.
Chamomile flowers. They're great for calming nerves, relaxing anxious patients, and making delicious tea.
That explains a lot, actually. It explains how she literally has a calming effect on the main character.
Yep. I'm assuming you switched to the next slide.
I did, and she's winking.
Take this one. You seem to need it, Blossom.
She slipped the flower into my palm, her fingers grazing my skin lightly. I held the flower between my forefinger and thumb of my left hand, because my right thumb is sliced to shreds, studying it. It didn't seem to have any characteristics that would hint at its magical capabilities. I took a cautionary sniff, followed by a deep inhale of its sweet scent, feeling further relaxed from the proximity. Thank you. I didn't realize such a common-looking flower could create such a strong effect. Why were you carrying so many with you? The white flora, intricately fastened into her locks, seemed to frame her expressions as she spoke.
Run a herb and medicinal shop in town. Anxious patients, oh my gosh. Humans and familiars alike are no rarity. People's ailments don't vanish outside my shop. I carry a small kit of multi-purpose herbs just in case I find someone in need while I'm away from my shop. Lilia, too many complicated words.
Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with writing this script.
I said Lilia, not you.
I know,
I said
Lilia. She also still hasn't introduced herself, but because the game is still showing her as question mark.
Yeah.
Anyway, She patted her satchel as she spoke, the genuine smile on her lips revealing how passionate she was. Every time? Even with a bit of magical help, that must be exhausting. Oh, right, that's me. Don't you feel anxious being on high alert all the time? It was an innocent... That's
Lilia.
narrator, yeah. No, it's narrator.
It's Lilia. What? It says it was an innocent comment?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's description.
Oh, you know what? It's because of how it was written in the script. It has a sprite note for Lilia. I thought Lilia was speaking for a moment. Okay. I'm going off the script, so yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Fair enough. Look, I don't know what's coming next. You're the only one with a script, as you should be, because the game is still in beta, but still.
Yeah.
It was an innocent comment, but she seemed surprised for a brief moment before adjusting her scarf and shaking her head. Wait, she's not... Is she wearing a scarf?
Yeah, around her neck. It's like a nudish color.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a lot more notable in this portrait with her arm up.
Yeah, I can barely see it, though. Because it's like semi-transparent, which... Okay.
Alright. The chamomile does keep my head cool, but it's mainly for my patients. I'm not in the business of panicking, am I?
The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she grinned, gracefully moving us past the topic.
Many herbs have multiple uses. It's possible my chamomile secretly serves as a test to see who can make my heart race. A little love detector, if you will.
Okay, so she just met Luna and she's already hitting on her.
Oh,
Fine.
she's a flirt.
Yes, I can tell. She smiled at me and gave me a gentle wink as she reached her hand into her satchel. She rummaged for a moment as I returned the smile. I eyed the sleek green polish on her nails as her hand emerged from the leather bag. My eyes widened slightly as she lifted my hand and slipped a pastel green business card into my palm. I traced my thumb, again, the left thumb, not the right thumb, over the intricate floral designs, admiring the subtle details. You know, if I had a nickel for how many times thumbs specifically were mentioned in this game, so far I'd have 2 nickels, but it is odd that it happened twice.
Just to torture you. Come by if you ever find yourself in need of more chamomile, or something a little stronger.
Like that seductress stuff. I'm not gonna let that go.
I love it so much.
Look, it's don't get me wrong, it's a great name. But it's
there was a point when I was writing something I actually mistakenly thought that, like, had misread that was the name of the stand, and someone was like, no, that was the herbs. I'm like, dang it, I love that stand name.
Well, then make a stand called the Seductress. But then actually put someone in the... Don't make it like the Hottie Clinic, where the person who we see in the Hottie Clinic is not a hottie. Anyway, her gentle smirk was more endearing than flirtatious, unlike her earlier comments. I gave a nod and smiled back just as earnestly. Once I realized her hand was still placed on top of my own, I quickly slipped my hand away and pocketed her business card. She chuckled at this and adjusted her curls, effectively wafting off another wave of chamomile at me.
My name's Lilia. I hope to see you at my shop, miss...
She gave me a nudging look, wanting me to introduce myself. Ah, Luna. Oh my god, it's like my crazy Zubat from my Zubat-only run of Platinum. Thank you again, Lilia.
I hope your face becomes a familiar one, Miss Luna.
She offered one last warm smile before turning and heading for the market's exit. Why is she leaving the market? She's the one who's got a stall there.
No, she doesn't. She's not in charge of that stall.
Oh.
She just happened to be by it. Yeah. It's not, at no point does it even say she's in charge of that stall. She just kind of sees Luna struggling and helps her.
So who ends up paying for that seductress stuff that Luna knocked over?
No one.
Oh. Her pink
That
curls...
poor shopkeep.
Yeah, who doesn't make a comment, like, at all this whole time.
Probably
I'm sure
used to
they'll
it.
get over. I'm sure they'll get over it.
They're probably just not paying attention.
Probably. Her pink curls bounced as she strode. I wondered if she was casting a calming glow over everyone she passed. I see. So you were staring at her hair and not something else as she walked away. That makes sense.
Yeah.
After all, you only just met her. I tucked the chamomile flower into my hair and breathed in its scent once more before continuing forward. I took the opportunity to enjoy the hubbub and entertainment of the night market offered, a new sense of relief carrying me on. The scent of chamomile wafting around me did wonders to calm my nerves. I found my steps more confident and carefree as I explored. As I was continuing to wander the market, the sound of someone singing flooded my ears. Oh God, is it Old Bag?
No!
First all the beautiful sights, then the lovely smells. Now I had a sweet melody to enjoy. The overwhelm I had felt a short while ago was quickly melting into a giddy excitement and joy. Oh, if it's not Old Bag, is it, Trillo?
No!
He's an operatic tenor, you know.
No!
As I followed the melody, it led me to a small alcove between some stalls, decorated with overlapping rugs of different textures, knit and plush, braided and hooked. As I dragged my eyes across the different fabrics, I spotted an oddly shaped guitar case, held open for tips from the crowd. Oddly shaped, so... I mean, I guess most guitar cases are oddly shaped because they only have one stem coming out of it. It must not be like a double stem guitar. Maybe it was a triple stem guitar. That would still be oddly shaped.
I'm trying to remember what it looks like. It should show it in a moment once you click, like, unless the CG comes in a different point.
No, I see it. Well, I don't see the guitar case, I see the guitar.
Yeah, so you can guess what the case looks like.
Ooh, I like her.
It's the one that had the nickel samurai costume in it, right? The guitar case that had the Pajama Ninjas guitar in it?
No.
And that's a bright pink guitar, not a bright red guitar. I see. Standing there with a beautiful star-shaped guitar was a somewhat familiar looking busker?
Busker is a person who, like, sings on...
I know what a busker, but I don't know why she's familiar looking.
Well, if you keep reading, you'll find out.
Fair
If you
enough.
see her around town.
She was
Wait,
absolutely stunning.
No, I was about to say, you can't, like, question it before you actually read for the answers.
I questioned everything.
Clearly you've not been paying attention.
I was going to say, have you not watched any of... I know you've watched my other... I know you've been in voice chat for some of my other streams. How do you not know that I question... Like, I mean, sometimes the game will answer my question like 2 seconds later. But I always question as soon as I see something worth a question. Anyway, she was absolutely stunning and apparently, best girl. She had long purple curls decorated with sparkling star decorations, which perfectly complemented her colorful, cheerful makeup and outfit. Where have I seen that face before? As I studied her face closely to try and jog my memory, our eyes connected. Before I could quickly avert my gaze in embarrassment, she gave me a playful wink as she kept singing. Her wide, sunny smile as she sang was every bit as radiant as her voice, accompanying the strumming from her guitar. My cheeks grew a little warmer, but I found my frazzled nerves soothed by the melody of her song. Just as I was about to get lost in the experience, I heard sharp whispers behind me. Ow, my back!
Hey, that's a little familiar. She looks a lot like Nova to me.
Of course! How did I not see it before? This was no nameless busker singing here. This mysterious singer was actually the former megastar, Nova. Ah, so she was a superstar. She was Supernova. But then she stopped being Supernova, so her hair went from gold to purple.
No. But, okay.
That was clever. Come on, that was clever.
The Supernova was, but you should have stopped there.
No, I think the gold hair thing was also
No.
clever.
No.
I love
Dude.
the extremely blunt and simple. No.
Look, if there's one thing I do, it's well, okay, I'll make this introduction because we've never met before, but my username is Maniacal Engineer. It's a pun off the fact that in real life I'm a mechanical engineer. Part of the reason that I love this username is because I get to refer to myself as me, both in the first and third person at the same time, and when it comes to wordplay, I am a pundit. As in, I've probably already punned it before.
And I still say the Supernova part was good, but there's a point to stop.
Okay, but Supernova, Super Saiyan...
So according to Katie, apparently it was supposed to be a Supernova reference. Which makes
It was,
sense.
yes. But yeah, no. So as an aside, as part of what I do, and I admit this is not something most mechanical engineers do as part of their jobs, but about once a year, my company, which I work for a Japanese company, so one of the things we do is we put on a nice big trade show for our distributors once a year in Las Vegas. And as part of what we do, we have entertainment for our distributors, so I've put on stand-up comedy routines for them twice now. Once in 2019 and once last year, and I'm being asked to do it again this year, so that's going to be fun. So, yeah, no, I get jokes, I get wordplay, I love wordplay, it's one of my favorite things on this entire planet.
Boy, do you ever.
Yes, anyone and everyone...
Every time I play a game that has a character making puns, I think of you. And how
Good.
much you would love that character.
I mean, look, it's one of the reasons why I love Ace Attorney. Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth being a jackass ruins it for me, but still. Anyway, the mysterious singer was actually the former megastar Nova. She had disappeared from the public eye a year ago after a scandal surrounding her work surfaced. Oh dear. More puns in Nova's route. Oh boy. So do I go with the pink hair because that's technically a redhead, or do I go with the purple hair despite that not being a redhead?
I mean, you could always just do both.
I mean, yes, technically I will try both because I am showing off everything that this game is capable of doing at this point in time. Apparently, a writer for her record label came out on social media to share her story of Nova, taking all of her lyrics without giving her credit and without asking for her consent, making her essentially Nova's ghostwriter. Ooh, ghosts.
Boo.
Ah! Who said that? I remember seeing the buzz all over social media about it. The famous Nova was a fake. All her songs were stolen, and none of her lyrics, which had touched so many hearts, were her own genuine creation. Nova quickly disappeared from the music scene after that, and no one had heard anything from her since. Well, that's, scandalous. And now, here she was again, singing a song I had never heard from her before. Nova's previous work wasn't bad by any means. She had amassed a very large fan base before her scandal came to light, but the music always sounded a bit formulaic. This song was different from her previous work, but it was beautiful, simple, inspiring even. The sound of her song was abruptly interrupted by a shout from the crowd. Heckler.
The washed up fraud Nova. Do you guys think she actually wrote the song she's singing this time? You must be really desperate for attention since your career went into flames. At least your voice is actually real, even if none of your songs are.
Nova stopped singing and stared at her heckler for a brief moment. Then she gently slid her guitar off her shoulder and smacked the guy upside his head. Well, that would have been more satisfying than what this text box says. After all, guitars can be melee weapons, you know. Or they can
Why
also
break it on his head?
They can also be ranged weapons.
Well, why break it on his head?
The DC hero Vigilante actually can use his guitar as a shotgun.
Good to
Okay.
know.
At least in one
Anyways.
iteration. Anyway, whispers broke out among the crowd, filling the awkward silence between them. I was mortified. I don't know why you were mortified. Oh, fine. What an awful thing to say to someone who's just trying to sing. I can't believe he made her stop her performance. I would be so embarrassed if I were her right now. Just as I thought she would start to pack up her things and leave, she instead walked briskly over to the man holding her guitar out to him.
Right then, friend. You go ahead and play for me instead. If you can do a better job, let's hear a Heckler original.
She beamed another bright smile in his direction, laced with just a little bit of an edge as she maintained her gaze on her opponent. The man stammered and shrank away, too stunned to say anything to her in response. The rest of the crowd burst into small giggles and laughs as the heckler gave up and slowly walked away. How could you walk away if you have been defeated?
He was defeated mentally.
That would have been decapitated.
Ay.
No response to that one?
Look, tell me that one wasn't clever. That was clever. Slowly walked away defeated.
Carry on.
Slowly walked away defeated, mumbling under his breath. With a snort and a small huff of satisfaction, Nova threw her instrument's strap back over her shoulder and returned to her makeshift stage.
Well, in that case, guess I should keep playing, huh? A shame he didn't stick around. We could have sing a duet.
The crowd once again broke into soft, slightly awkward laughter as she continued her performance. She's funny, I'll give her that. I couldn't help but admire her tenacity, her ability to think of a comeback that fast. After a couple of more songs, the crowd eventually started to disperse. I was still standing mesmerized, listening to the soft strumming of her on her guitar, as her guitar gently weeps. Before I could even realize I was left alone as the last audience member, Nova had packed away her things and was walking over to me.
Well, that was kind of a sucky situation tonight, wasn't it? Thanks for sticking around as long as you did. I wish I could say most of my shows don't have those awkward interruptions, but unfortunately, some of my trolls don't just stick to social media these days.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize everyone else had left. You were just so good, I sort of got lost in the music. I felt my cheeks heat up again as I heard a giggle almost as melodic as the music I had just experienced.
Didn't mind at all. Don't apologize. Seeing your smiling face in the crowd gave me more motivation to put on a good performance. I cannot voice act tonight. Oh my gosh.
It's okay, I can't voice act any night. My eyes widened as she grabbed my hand and placed something in it. A guitar pick? Oh.
In fact, I'd love to see your face in my audience again. In fact, I'd love to see your face in my audience again sometime. Here's a ticket to my show I'm putting on next week.
That makes more sense than a guitar pick, I will say. Though a guitar pick might have been cooler. The ticket was an adorable papier-mâché star that had been handwritten on with what looked like a sparkly gel pen. I wondered if she had made all these herself. I could not do that, because the sparkly gel pen would get all over my hand because I am left-handed.
I really hope we'll see each other again. I didn't catch your name.
I didn't throw my name. Oh, it's Luna.
Now I caught it.
Yes.
Great. Well, I'll be looking for your pretty face in the crowd next week, Luna.
With one last wink, Nova picked up her belongings and faded into the bustle of the crowd. Well, going into this market meant that I got hit on by 2 different girls within moments of each other.
Oh, the girls are so much more forward than the guys in this game.
Somehow this doesn't surprise me.
Do I detect perhaps a hint of writer's bias?
I didn't write Nova or Lilia's route.
If it
So, if you're catching bias, that's Katie.
Yes, well, maybe some, but look,
You'll catch my bias later.
look, I don't mind women who are straightforward and actually tell you what they want. I don't. It's good.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, the two guys routes are just naturally more complicated too. Which you'll find out why, because one of them's about to pop up.
Oh, good. If it wouldn't be
So.
too cheesy to say, I was feeling rather starstruck. Well, I hope it's not too cheesy. I'm lactose intolerant. I continued along the market as I was about to say clammed my beating heart. No, that's calmed my beating heart.
What would clamming a heart even look like?
I know what clamping...
So,
Whoops.
I mean, you just kind of rip it out, or if you have the powers of my avatar, you can take it out without killing the person, then you shove it in the clam.
Kalima! Kalima! God, I love classic Indiana Jones. Okay, I admit Temple of Doom is not as good as Raiders or as The Last Crusade. But it's still... I mean, first of all, it's sure as hell better than, like, the 2 more recent Indiana Jones movies. And second of all, as should be obvious from, like, every episode of my Tears of the Kingdom streams where I go and raid a temple being named Illinois Me and the whatever of whatever, I do actually like Indiana Jones. Anyway, beside the point. I continued along the market as I calmed my beating heart. It was getting late and I knew I should have been making my way home, but if memory serves, I don't have one of those. Oh, never mind. Something kept me going. As I continued on, the crowd began to thin out. I didn't bother to wonder why until I passed a stall dedicated to skilled magic item crafting. Oh, good. Stuff gets to blow up in my face. Ah, yes, the black market. Rumors I had heard of this place varied greatly, from powerful healing totems able to cure whole towns to disguised demons seeking victims. I gazed over the items fashioned to look like jewelry. They did not seem special at all to me, but I assumed that someone who was attuned to magic would be able to sense the power emanating from them. What about someone attuned to fish? They'd be able to tune a fish. The stall attendant finished with another customer before turning to beam at me.
Evening, miss. Fancy a look? Got protection charms, power charms, disguise charms, the whole lot.
Protection charms! I constantly accidentally jump off cliffs. Oh no, wait, that was just in Legends Arceus. And some of those probably weren't accidental.
Pretty sure you've done some of those in Zelda too.
I have to test gravity just to make sure it still works. And in Tears of the Kingdom, sometimes it actually doesn't. I smiled and shook my head. No thank you, merely looking. The attendant's smile faded slightly before brightening back up.
No problem, miss. Please, if you ever need any kind of charm, do stop by our shop.
The attendant handed me a card with Thymium? Yeah.
I don't know.
Thymium's charms written on top, followed by an address. Well, it's either Thymium, Thymium, or Thymium. I'm just going
I'm
with.
sitting here.
Hmm?
I'm sitting here misreading it as Thymium.
No, I'm going with Thymium because I like dyes. I don't know.
Okay. Did you click the thing?
I just did, yes.
Okay. We also take custom charm requests. Fee varies depending on the kind of charms, of course. But please remember us in the future.
I've already forgotten. What am I doing here? I placed the card in my bag. Thank you. It was nice meeting you. The stall attendant waved her hand before turning to a new customer, inquiring about love charms. Oh, good. I wasn't kidding about it being Thymium. I continued on, drawn to the amount of pure magic I witnessed in this area. I had never seen anything like it. I was brought out of my thoughts by a soft voice calling out to me. Oh, I could do the old bag for that if you want me to.
If you want to sit and talk to yourself, sure.
I mean, I do that all the time in Ace Attorney, but the point being it is supposed to be a soft voice. Old bag's voice isn't soft. Anyway, I turned and saw a grandmotherly woman gesturing over to me. She was standing behind a small, neat stall that appeared to be devoid of anything except for a few pieces of paper and a quill pen. I walked over to the stall. Yes?
Am I doing it or you?
Yeah, you unless you absolutely want me to do the old bag voice, you can do
Don't matter
this.
to me.
LG?
What do you think?
It doesn't bother me either way.
Okay.
I was looking for more specific or concrete because like it's supposed to be a soft voice.
So, you know what? Her voice is gonna switch when she switches. Take over his old bag voice.
We can do
For kicks
that.
and giggles. Hello,
Okay,
dear.
that sounds fun.
Hello, dear. Faye is the name. I couldn't help but notice you looking around. First time at the black market?
Oh, is it that obvious?
A little bit.
She winked.
I'm just kidding, I'm old ladies. Worry not. I won't tell anyone. And if you're interested in gaining some magical abilities for yourself...
Faye took the quill and a piece of paper. She began scribbling symbols on the paper that I did not recognize.
Trained as a witch many moons ago. A few years ago, I decided to have my own. Do my own bit of magic.
She continued to scrawl on the paper as she spoke.
So you see, I've been able to develop a technique designed to help young folk like yourself, those who are deprived of the wonders of magic.
My eyes widened. Is that even possible? Faye's eyes twinkled.
It's very simple, really. A drop of blood upon this contract is all I would need.
This doesn't sound suspicious at all. Also, does it have to be my blood?
Yes.
Damn!
That is generally how magical contracts tend to work.
Yeah,
but
100%.
If I stab someone, I'm still
Then
putting
they're
in the
the
effort.
one. No, it has to be your blood. It's bound to your blood.
It's like a signature. If you forge someone else's signature on a contract, then you don't get whatever you just signed them for.
Exactly.
But if I forge my mother's signature on a test, she'll never know that I failed. And yes, that did happen when I was in 4th grade. Long story short, school bored the shit out of me, so I never did my homework and never bothered
fair.
studying for tests. So,
Yeah. Alright.
Why am I confessing all of this? Anyway, the quill stopped moving and she looked up at me questioningly.
That is something you are okay with, yes?
I'm very suspicious. My chance for magic was here, lying right in front of me. Yeah, emphasis on lying. I'm pretty sure this whole thing is a big lie. I did not know this woman, but if what she said was true, then... Actually, I bet you she's an undercover agent.
No.
You have to tell me if you're a cop first. You have to tell me if I am.
That's why you told me to use the old bag voice, because old bag is security. Security is close to being a cop.
Sure. Go with that reasoning.
A whole new world was sitting right in front of me. Before I could voice my decision, I felt someone grab my arm and pull me away. Ow! What the hell? I looked over my shoulder and my heart stopped. Well, I'm dead now. No blood for the old lady because my heart stopped. What the hell is this thing? Kai? Kay? No, Kai.
Kai.
Kai? I hadn't seen Kai for months. We had been in love with each other. We had been in love once. Or rather, I had been. What the hell is he doing here? Also, what is that outfit?
Fishnets?
Yeah, I know the aesthetic he's got, but I cannot find the word for it.
I mean, the closest
punk, maybe?
the closest I can
Punk
think of.
Punk is close, yeah.
It's like punk rock.
The closest I can think of is Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, with all those belts in random locations and just the weird... I mean, Yugi never wore fishnets, but... Now, I have never been to a single rave in my entire life. Also, hi, Ellison.
Hey.
And the only place that I wear a belt is around my waist. That's it. One day, he just stopped talking to me, coming to see me. No explanation, nothing. And now, here he was. Kai, what are you...
He's not interested.
How do you know? Kai didn't look at me, but kept his grip on my arm firm. Oh, it's you, Dawning. Hello, Dawning. How are you feeling, little goblin?
Oh, hi, DW.
Faye blinked in surprise.
You really ought to make the decision for her, love. It seems a rather personal decision, no?
Oh, poor little goblin. I hope you feel better soon.
No.
Kai didn't respond. He instead took out a knife that appeared to be imbued with magic and stabbed it into the contract. Well, that's pleasant.
Hello, Dawning.
Flames burst out from the knife and enveloped the contract. Faye huffed.
Oh, this is where I was saying start doing her old bag voice where she kind of just switches.
He is rude, Dawning. Really? You had to go ruin a good contract like that, you snipper-wapper? Her voice sounded different now. It was almost sinister. Her face was twisted into a scowl. What's it to you whether she signs or not? She can make her own decisions.
Your mic cut out at one point.
Yeah,
that's so hot.
Look. It's the old bag voice.
Anyway, carry on.
Kai ignored her and dragged me further away. Kai, let go of me. What are you doing? I struggled against his grip, but he held firm. I looked back to see Faye with a sour expression clearing the ashes of what used to be our contract before she faded out of view, muttering something about snipper-lappers. Kai only stopped once we reached the edge of the black market. He let go and glared at me.
I just want to say Kai is just an oversized teddy bear.
So
Anyways,
he should have
what-
the Manfred von Karma voice, is what I'm hearing.
No. Anyways, what are you doing here?
I don't see why that's any of your business.
You shouldn't be in there.
To be fair, Dawning, like 20 minutes of this was technical issues.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for your suggestion. At that, I turned to head back into the black market. Kai spun me around and grabbed me by the shoulders.
Luna, I said no.
Well, Luna disobeys me as a Zubat, so it makes sense that Luna's going to disobey everybody else. I stared into the eyes of the man who once meant the world to me and noticed that one had changed. Yeah, no shit, he's got multicolor eyeballs. Kai, what's on your eye? What's going on, and how the hell did you get the Sharingan? Also, your fishnet outfit makes a lot more sense now. But where's your ninja forehead protector?
I'm not unseeing that. Crap.
You're welcome.
he's an expert summoner too.
I win again! Kai stepped back and touched his face briefly.
Yeah, there's I think it's a star in his eye.
Oh, a twinkle in his eye, I see.
It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it. I am very concerned.
See, originally, I noticed the similarities to Black Butler with the left eye, but I'm not unseeing the freaking Sharingan now.
You're welcome. Who was this man? Not only did he have some weird symbol on one eye, I could no longer find the gentle friendliness I once knew and loved.
See, this is why his route's complicated. They're X's. That's much
There
more
was
complicated.
just emptiness. Have to get a reference to that. Yes, you have to now. I'm sorry. I have now affected your game. Kai, what happened to you? You ghosted me, blocked me on everything, and now you show up in the goddamn black market with some distorted eye. I want to be angry. You hurt me. I cried so much, but I'm too hungry and too confused. It was oddly satisfying to see Kai flinch at that. But right now, I swallowed. I don't even recognize you. Kai rubbed his face and sighed.
Listen, Luna, I can't explain it to you. There's too much involved. But you need to trust me on this. You cannot let yourself get pulled into anything. There are
He paused.
a lot of ways you could get hurt.
You know,
You can
actually,
hate me.
from this angle, it
Huh?
doesn't look like a Sharingan so much as it looks like he burst a blood vessel in his eye. From this angle with this sprite. Or whatever image. But
Yeah. What was on? Oh, you can hate me. You can forget I exist. Honestly, you probably should. But just please don't get involved in any of the black market stuff.
Kai?
You shouldn't even be here.
Kai, I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine. Just leave me alone. I can't do this right now. I pushed him back into the black market. I heard Kai calling after me, but I kept walking. I didn't even pay attention to where I was going. I just needed to get away. I couldn't stand seeing what had become of the man I once loved. I stopped, a strong urge overwhelming me. I looked around, finding myself lost in front of an old shop. Compared to the modern buildings surrounding it, it stuck out as clear as day, and yet no one else seemed to notice it. Oh, it's the leaky cauldron.
No.
Never mind. It's the reason this game is called Arcana Apothecary. Because it is Arcana Apothecary. I was wondering when we were going to get to that. It's my fault for going so slow. The sign read. How can a sign read?
Magic.
Oh, yes, of course. I thought to myself that I should walk away. It was an eerie old shop. I couldn't, however. I had to go inside. Placing my hand on the door, I entered. Greek. Yes, grammar magic. Also, the music is good.
Inaccurate.
What?
No, what were you about to say about the music?
The music is good, and I know that it's going to take a lot more program, but like sound effects might also be kind of cool.
Those are gonna be added eventually. We
Excellent.
do have when I look at the thing, we do have sound effects listed, but so originally what was put out was for a competition. So this is again the demo, but the actual finished product is gonna have sound effects like her door to the shop opens, it's a doorbell, that type of thing. So it will have sound effects eventually.
Excellent.
Not voicing though.
No, voices are fine. I can provide my own voices.
And I guess there are some in the demo, according to Katie.
And
so
the door has the old bag voice because the door is old bag magic.
The door ain't old though.
You don't know that. The shop said it was old.
Just read what it says.
Okay, fine. I expected it to be old and dilapidated. Instead, it was cozy and mystical. The smell of fresh baked cookies wafted into me.
There's your cookies, by the way.
I want cookies
I want
now.
Cookies. I know. I should totally make some like tomorrow. I have cookie dough in the fridge.
I might want to go upstairs and see if I've got cookies. Anyway, as I browsed the wares for sale, I discovered they mostly sold tarot cards. Tarot? Yeah, I think that's tarot or tarot. I think the second
It's
T
tarot. It's tarot.
I was gonna say I think the second T is silent. Tarot cards.
Yeah.
I ran my hands over the different displays. Again, predominantly the left one, because my right thumb is slashed to shreds, studying the different designs, a drive to understand them growing inside of me. A shelf was full of thick leather-bound books. Some were so old they bore no titles on their spines, while others were much more modern. Now everyone wants cookies. It's my fault.
I know, it's my fault because I wrote cookies.
So first there's a plant called the Seductress. Now there's a book titled My Naughty Sorcerer.
You know, if Katie says it's okay to show it, someone actually drew like a cover art for My Naughty Sorcerer.
I would
that
love
sounds
to see
fantastic.
that. I picked out the book and studied its cover. The cover was simply a sexy shirtless man. A quick peek at the contents revealed it was an adult romance novel. Okay. Oh, boy. The shelf was full of them. I noted the titles to check them out later. Especially because she's interested in adult romance novels with sexy shirtless men.
Who isn't?
I'm not!
Honestly, your loss.
Yeah. No. Honestly, they tend to have nicer stories that aren't full of dumb love triangles.
She's based. Yes, Ellison, sexy shirtless men. Apparently. No, I have no interest in that whatsoever. Like, I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, ah! That's hideous. Continuing with the shelves, I found cookbooks, the normal kind, not the mythical kind, as well as plenty of books on animals. Is that a Goldilocks magazine? Why is there a hair care magazine here? How strange. I decided to look elsewhere, finding crystals, pendulums, herbs, crystal balls, runes, divination scrolls. The place was full of all kinds of magical items. Pet supplies, cloaks, rubber ducks? Gag gifts? Of course, rubber duck. So Arthur Weasley finally figured out what the purpose of a rubber duck is.
I can see it, the word gay right there. Like, it says it for me.
I see it. Like, I don't know. But it is what it
weird.
is.
Anyways.
Duck good, yes. Seriously, what is up with it? That is a very good question. What is up with this shop?
Embarking on a journey towards the unknown. The future is unwritten. Your path is yours to mold.
Ew, mold is a fungus.
Is the best boy.
At the sound of a man's voice, I looked around for the source. Fresh-baked cookies on the table were the only thing... Fresh-baked cookies on a table in the back were the only new thing. Ah! The cookies. They were speaking to me. I must really be hungry.
Let me know when you click it.
I have.
Oh, okay. The stream doesn't catch up as fast. Will you walk towards your potential, let your curiosity guide you, or will fear be what prevails and force you to stay stagnant? Careful of being hasty, or your naivety will be what causes your downfall.
I still could not find him, the disembodied voice, so I assumed it was the cookies speaking to me. So I started eating them. I looked back at the door, contemplating if I could escape before being caught. I mean, someone has very clearly already seen you, so the answer to that is no? What the...
Let me know when you click it.
I have?
Again, stream, behind. Anyways, tell me, my little fool, would you like a cookie?
Oh, hello, sir.
I jumped as a man was suddenly in front of me. LG, you can have him.
No, I will say,
I will have to wait so long to do any voices. No, sure, I'll take him. Yeah.
I will say, I don't think I've mentioned this explicit, but like the artwork in this is fantastic. And I know that there's a lot of, like, I've seen that there's a lot of, like, different motions, different angles, different whatever. Like, I know there is a shit ton of work that goes into that. From, like, the 2 weeks that I tried doing Pokemon Art Academy. And, like, it's really good.
Our artists are... they're top notch. Like, what they do is amazing.
Like, I will say, one of my favorite lines from the fact that I won't say it was a failed series, because it's one that I stopped shortly on because it wasn't so, but like my tagline for my brief foray into Pokemon Art Academy is that I put the F in art, which I still think is very clever. Anyway, I jumped as a man was suddenly in front of me. Cookie!
Yes! Chocolate chip and fresh from the oven. Over here.
Yeah, we mentioned the cookies before. He grabbed my arm, dragged me to the table with the fresh cookies, and sat me down. Admittedly, they smelled amazing, but now I am suspicious that they are laced with drugs.
No. Coffee? Tea? Hot chocolate? Milk?
Hot chocolate. I had some of that earlier today.
Now I want some. Coming right up.
He moved...
Maybe you should hydrate real quick.
Fuck.
I've been drinking at that moment.
You good, buddy?
You good?
I might need my inhaler.
All
Go-
good.
Go
Go
get your
get it.
inhaler.
I will be right back.
Go get yourself some hot chocolate, DW. Cold here too, actually. Snowing earlier. Ugh.
Yeah, it's been really hot over here.
Our snow just melted, but what we had earlier was sticking. I think it stopped though, which I don't want more snow. I'm done with snow. I'm happy with my one snowfall. Ooh, gosh.
Oi!
Yeah. Must be nice in Texas. Sheesh.
The vibes of this game have got to me. I have been playing with my fortune cards for like the past half an hour.
Oh, the tarot cards are very important to the plot too, so once you get on the routes.
Mine have Sonic stuff on them.
The Ellie I know has Fire Emblem ones. I once bought my witch friend pack from Amazon. It was like animal designs and stuff. Really cool pack. I never did get a reading from her before I moved though. Gotta get one.
I mean, I literally have a deck in my hands right now.
Yeah, but she's like my sister from another mister. I have to have her do my first tarot reading.
That's fair.
So, gotta find time.
Yeah, Dawning, I know he mentioned it to me before. Unfortunately, I cannot find a good transcript for Murder of Sonic online, so I'm seriously considering just playing the game and making my own, just so I have something on hand for when he starts. Oh, it is a fantastic game. I love it.
I feel like I should look up this game now.
Yeah, it's just a free 2-3 hour visual novel they released on Steam last year, I think.
I'm guessing it's like Ace Attorney type of stuff, or just normal visual novel.
But mostly just a normal visual novel with like some very light Ace Attorney stuff.
Oh, for April. Oh, probably on itch.io too then. Yeah, for anyone too. So like this game that Emmy's playing is on itch.io, and on itch.io you can find a lot of visual novels. You'll have some that are done for game jams, and it also allows more variety for like how Dawning prefers female love interest. You'll find that variety on itch.io, because unfortunately anything that comes from Japan is going to be very centered around specific genres. You're going to have boys love or girls love. They're going to be very specific, and most of the stuff that gets ported into English tends to be it's just male love interests. But if you go on itch.io, you'll find a lot of, good variety of visual novels. Some are horror, some are romance. So, and most stuff on itch.io is free.
Good news. I'm still alive, technically.
I don't know, you're still not sounding fantastic.
Yeah.
No, I'm still alive.
You want me to read for a little bit, or?
It's just, it's not quite as cold here as it is where Dawning is, but it's cold.
Yeah, I can imagine.
If you die, I'll come to Chicago and kill you for it. You know what? Worth it just to have you come out to Chicago, little goblin. Anyway, he moved about a small kitchenette area. I watched him as he cooked the hot I would have said prepared, not cooked, but minor nitpick. Yes, people do die when they are killed. Anyway, I watched him as he cooked the hot chocolate, noticing that he had on a pink frilly gingham apron. I hope that there's artwork.
God, I love him.
I hope that there's artwork of him with the apron.
Unfortunately not.
Yawning says you. It's a good mental image, though. Anyway, as he returned to me with a mug in hand, I was finally able to see it was designed as a magic 8-ball. Currently on the better not tell you now saying. Not yet, but there will be. Okay, good. I took the mug and said... I took the mug that said, ahem! As his expectant... at his expectant look, I took a sip and tried a cookie.
As just in case, so if you haven't noticed, Katie does say that there will be artwork of him with the
Yes, I saw.
apron.
That is very good.
Yeah, and he does wear it more than once.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, this is divine.
Secret is just a pinch of magic.
It was so delicious that I found myself eating several cookies and guzzling the hot chocolate. As I set the empty mug down, I absently noticed the other side of it said, "Bless you." Oh, I must have sneezed.
That's the ahem and bless you is a reference to Eternal Thorns. Katie also worked on that game, and it's one of the other games I worked on writing.
I see.
That was in like perpetual demo, but that's just actually literally another game reference.
Look, if I were to be involved in game creation in any way, putting references to stuff that I worked on it would absolutely be something that I do. Like little Easter eggs or things like that.
Absolutely,
Anyway,
it's fun.
Now that I've eaten, like, most of this guy's cookies and drank the hot chocolate that he provided for me, I'm going to ask probably a very important and pertinent question. Wait a moment, who the heck are you?
It's an old friend.
Old friend? What? And what is this place?
Arcana Apothecary, serving all your magical needs. We also do tarot readings.
Okay, is it Arcana or Arcana?
I think that's just one of those things that varies by region and accent.
Katie, type out the pronunciation.
I mean, it could be. It could be tomato. It could be tomato mort. It could be potato. It could be potato. It could be. Right. It could be something like that. I thought it was Arcana, but I could be wrong. Because I
pronounced Arcana. I don't know.
Okay, so I was wrong. Arcana.
I could be wrong too. Who knows?
No. Katie typed out Arcana.
Oh, did she? I see
Yep.
it when I'm looking at it. Okay. All right.
Okay, I'll pronounce it correctly from now on. Arcana Apothecary. But it's not my line, so okay. Also do tarot readings.
No, it is. Yeah, I did that. I read that all.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
What do hair magazines and pet supplies have to do with being a witch?
Even witches need to look fabulous.
To be fair, he's not wrong.
I know, exactly.
He made a point to toss his hair. So it was a wig.
No, it's fabulous hair. Tossing, brushing back.
Ah.
Don't be jealous.
I mean, look, I am growing my hair out. Looking
Also, how
fabulous is very important, yes.
So how else do you expect to take care of a familiar? Just shove it in a cage? That's familiar abuse.
It would be, yes. Sorry, I don't have one, so I don't know about them.
Forgiven. We can take care of that problem at a later date.
Right. Anyway, I really gotta be going, and I gotta make sure that there was nothing in those chocolate chip cookies there shouldn't have been.
Just a pinch of magic and their divine taste.
Yeah, I'm wondering what a pinch of magic might have actually been. Anyway, I rose from the chair only for the man to oh no. Oh no, this does not strike me as being good.
She currently does not have a familiar. I don't know who a familiar will be, but it you have to wait till Kai's route for that information. Sorry, he handles all the summoning.
Because he knows the summoning jutsus, I see. Anyway, I rose from the chair only for the man to step in front of me, his expression suddenly serious.
The fool is on the edge of the cliff. If she is not careful, she will fall instead of fly.
I love falling. It's just flying without style. What does that mean? Oh, Dawning doesn't want to do Kai's route. She doesn't like him. I don't blame you. I don't like either of the guys.
I swear, Kai is larger than he seems. He's like a big, soft teddy bear. He spends most of his route being embarrassed.
It's not the impression that I got from him. Like the
I
first
know.
one, the first guy was trying to impose upon her and make decisions for her. Plus, he ghosted her for how the fuck long before that.
Yeah, no,
This
she
guy-
deals with that. He has to deal with those consequences.
You know, this guy.
Oh, this guy's a kook.
First of all, yes,
he's a giant kook.
he seems crazy. First of all, but second of all, like she is trying to leave and he is obstructing her.
For a good reason.
He smiled, holding out a deck of cards. It's time to duel!
I summon a gift for you,
Explodia.
my little fool.
No, I summon Explodia. It's like Exodia, except it goes boom.
A gift for you, my little fool, to help you on your journey.
As I stared at the deck in his hand, I felt as though taking it would change everything. That it could help me decide my future. If I didn't take the deck, I was positive that I would continue to be lost. Then again, I couldn't be sure if I was playing with a full deck or not. Yeah, this guy does not, like, this guy demands that we eat his cookies. We don't even know his name.
Oh, you're not finding out his name.
Ooh,
Don't find out
mysterious.
till the final round.
I reached out, taking the cards from his hand. Ooh, this is fantastic art. This is good.
Wow.
I like this.
So beautiful. I can't even
Oh.
see it yet, but yes. Oh, I love it.
Very nice.
The moment they were in my own, I felt a surge around me, inside of me. It was as though past, present, and future were all Oh God, Q, what have you done now? Nobody gets that, do they?
No. Anyways, use this gift wisely to guide the lost on their paths.
I gasped, seeing the man before me as a hanged man? Oh, good. Wait,
It's, Hangman is one of the tarot cards.
I figured I was going to make a joke in a different direction. You know what? It's my channel, so I can make the joke. Is it hanged man or hung man?
Oh, I'm sure we'll find out.
You might find out.
I will make sure you find out in the epilogue now.
Oh my god, I should not make myself laugh. Okay, I really do, but I really do like laughing, but anyway, seeing the man before me as a hanged man, he smiled gently at me as though he'd been waiting for the moment.
Whoa, where did this shop come from? What shop? What are you staring at? What are you looking at all of a sudden? You don't see that shop right there? It just appeared out of nowhere.
I listened to the voices outside, confused as to what they were talking about. I looked up at the man to see he didn't seem to be the least bit surprised.
Well, well. Quite the stir you have created.
Ah, soup. What do you mean?
Only the lost can see the shop. I'm sure they will soon come looking for help with their future.
Oh, interesting. So, you give advice on one's future.
No. The shop is yours.
What?
The upper level... the upper level is the living space. These tarot cards are how you will tell their future.
What?
In fact, I must get going.
Excuse you? Wait, what? Explain! What the hell is going on here?
No time to say hello or goodbye. I'm late for a very important date.
Uh-huh, Alice in Wonderland reference there. He really is as mad as a hatter. Except he's not wearing a hat. Wait! Don't run away! Get back here, you poltroon! Wait a minute. This guy was just some frickin' deadbeat who hated his job, so he just pawned it off on me, the first person he saw. This is very me getting roped in.
You asked why the shop was filled with weird things. He's your answer.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And yes, Dawning, this is very me, getting roped into a profession I did not sign up for. All I wanted to do was be a professional noodleman.
Oh gosh. Have you ever played the Papa's games?
The
on,
what
like,
game?
mobile?
Yeah.
The what?
There's these games called Papa's. It's like Papa's Pizzeria, Papa's Donateria, but they always start the same, like, you, like, win some prize. But then you're handed, like, the keys to a shop, like a food shop, like donuts or pizza or something, and you have to run.
Well, that sounds at least closer to being a noodleman than any of these other stupid professions I keep getting dragged into. Like, who the hell wanted to be a lawyer?
One. Yeah, I think there is a spaghetti one, actually.
Who the hell wanted to be a lawyer?
Yeah.
Who the hell wanted to be a hero of Hyrule?
You totally have the potential to be a noodleman.
Yeah.
I might have to play that. Is it something that I'd be able to actually stream?
It's mobile and they're not expensive. They're only like $5 max. But
I have no clue how the hell
I
to
believe-
stream mobile games.
yeah.
I believe so.
Oh wait, I think you might be able to play them online. You might be able to.
It's
Yeah, you play it on Cool Math Games.
Conversation for another time, potentially. But
Yeah.
if there is a game where I can be a professional noodleman, I might have to be a professional noodleman, just as finally tipping the hand to that particular joke. Anyway, as per usual, I seem to get stuck doing a job that I am A, not qualified for, and B, didn't sign up for.
I mean, in fairness, she does have a business degree.
Yeah, but I still have no idea how the hell these cards work. Anyway, man shoved a key into my hand, swiftly exiting the shop. I stared at the door, completely baffled. Did I just get First of all, I love that word, bamboozled.
I do too.
Yes, did I just get bamboozled into taking over a shop? I literally just got bamboozled by cookies and hot chocolate. I looked around again. Just that morning, I had been looking for a place to live, deciding what I would do for my future. A naughty business degree. Well, here's the question, right? Was that degree in Fahrenheit or Celsius? Because one of those is useful, the other one is not.
Depends on where you live.
Fahrenheit, because it means all of her numbers are inflated.
I mean, if you want to get technical, both Fahrenheit and Celsius have deflated numbers. Because negative temperature should not be a thing. Like, to say that it is negative 10 degrees outside should
Very
not be a
reasonable
thing.
concern, yes.
So 0 should absolutely be absolute 0. The problem is both Rankine and Kelvin are not incredibly practical as far as temperature scales go. And yes, I know all of this because Mechanical Engineer. Like, okay, I did not actually know that Rankine was a temperature scale until my thermodynamics class, mind you. But it is Fahrenheit's equivalent to Kelvin. Anyway, bottom line, at least I finally have a place to live, right? Now I'd been given a shop and a home, I suppose it couldn't hurt to run it temporarily at least. How bad could I possibly do? I walked to a table in the corner of the shop, noticing a book titled Tarot for Idiots on it.
For beginners.
It's me. So even the one for beginners would be too difficult for me to comprehend. So I have to start with the For Idiots book. I sat down with the deck, following the book's instructions. I tried my hand at reading my own tarot. The book explained that there were many ways to read the cards. I decided on a simple method, placing the cards face down. I kept the question of my future in mind the whole time. With each card I placed, a mix of anxiety and excitement swelled within me. When I placed my hand upon the first card to flip, it felt as though my whole life would change the moment I saw what that card was. I turned it over, discovering the High Priestess. I think I said High Priestess. No, High Priestess. Discovering my future.
You know, High Priestess. The most High Priest.
Yes, the highest priestess thingy. I don't know.
Anyway. You, my dear, hold the key to change the tides of fate. The cards you hold prescribe the future. Seek a companion to assist you with your journey. Help this city.
I looked
That
around.
sounds like the beginning of a game.
I looked
Sorry.
around, expecting another person to pop out of nowhere. There was no one there, and yet I was positive that I had heard a voice. Yeah, she's had too much. Now she's going crazy. She's hearing voices inside her head. I contemplated the words it said. The key to change the tides of fate? Did it mean the shop key? I think that's too literal. Prescribe the future? Did it mean describe? Tarot was for telling the future. I must have misheard describe as prescribe. I'm not a doctor. I can't prescribe shit. Yeah, it was in fact the special cookies. A companion...
Well, they were divine.
They were, yes. A companion to help me help the city. What kind of companion would I even find? What would I like? Someone kind and caring? The pink-haired woman from the market popped into my mind. I thought of the business card I had in my pocket, the smell of chamomile, and just the kindness shown to me, a complete stranger. What about someone tenacious and brave? Nova came to mind. My hand traced over the ticket to her concert as the meeting with her that night replayed in my head. The way she stood amongst the hecklers and refused to let them bring her down. Her beautiful voice and the confidence to ask for me to come to her concert, one that was clearly not professionally run. A person who will do anything to protect who they love. My thoughts turned to Kai and his mysterious eye. I craved to know what happened to him. Why did he leave? Yet I was also furious. But I pushed aside my fury to find the truth. No. Specifically because I don't think this path is currently available, but we'll see.
Not in this version of the game.
His route's actually locked behind Lilia and Nova's anyways. So you have to play Lilia and Nova's to unlock his route once the game's released anyways.
Interesting. I flipped over the next card, revealing the Emperor. Oh, hey, I finally get a choice!
So, yeah. So do you want Lilia or Nova?
I'm guessing Lilia is Empress and Star is Nova.
Yes.
Because Novas were a star.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I will be doing both. But, okay. Do I go with pink hair or do I go with puns? We'll go with pink hair first. The Empress. I had fallen asleep not long after the confusing ministrations of the previous night. My dreams had been created.
I'm gonna despair to go walk my dogs, so I'll be back in a little bit.
I'll have to read everything then because LG doesn't have a script.
Well, luckily, Lilia's route does tend to be more on the dialogue heavy side. Or not dialogue heavy, prose side. Oh my gosh. So, I'll be back.
We'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
Oh, Dawning went for the rock and roll lady. You know what? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I would have picked Nova.
Pink hair.
No, yeah, that's completely fair. I get it.
Again, so I like redheads. Pure red is best. Probably pink after that, and then orange after that. Someone who doesn't have actual red hair, at absolute maximum, if everything else is fantastic, can only hit A as a maximum rank on my redhead tier list. But with proper red hair, you can end up on the S or S plus rank. Though, to be fair, S plus rank are technically characters that don't actually exist. Like, they're merges or changes or edits to canon. But anyway. Elaborate on why I am not surprised. Because I know you, little goblin. My dreams had been creative and sweet, wrapping me in a sense of comfort. I was weary of waking from them as I knew what awaited me. The Empress figure had appeared before me, a regal woman with long flowing locks that cascaded around her. She seemed so familiar to me, and a deep warmth emanated from her. My dream ended where she morphed into a small card that glowed golden before settling in my palm. The sunlight that illuminated the store made me wince and cover my face. Had I really fallen asleep on the sofa, my back would be sore all day. I sat up and stretched as I took in the disorganized and frankly overwhelming store I now ran. I suppose my business degree would come in useful now. It had been decided for me. Though I waited for the mysterious voice to speak again to give me more information on my so-called companion or what to do now, none came. I'd have to figure this out myself. She fell asleep on the couch because of the drugs, and now she woke up, she's sober, no more voice in her head. Not only was I tasked with seeking out my fated companion, but I also had to help the city. I wasn't even sure what it needed help with. I decided to focus on the store first. It seemed a much smaller task than helping an entire city. That is fair, yes. The tasks started piling up in my head. I would need to decide what I would sell and what I would get rid of, how I was going to sell the products, what expenses came with this new opportunity. Okay, clean it. That would be an easy first task. Probably. Well, see, I figured. Well, it should have been. The store was full of, well, trash. I went back to the bookshelves, removed any erotic-sounding books, and shoved them in a room upstairs for my own personal perusal. No, she did not say she threw them out. Just shoved them in a room upstairs where the living quarters are.
Yeah.
What an odd collection to have on display. Did they really belong to that strange man? Would he be coming back? Hadn't mentioned it. He just handed me the keys and skipped off. The morning was spent decluttering and sorting through magazines, crystals, and books. I set aside anything that looked interesting or useful for later. I finished dusting the counters and shelves and collapsed back onto the sofa. After a long moment of rest and exhausted contemplation, I shook my head clear and flipped through the tarot guidebook. Its pages were aged but surprisingly clean and well preserved. I looked for the Empress card, which sat elegantly at the beginning of the book on page number 3. A smile came to my face as I read through the qualities of the card. Coward hiding all of the erotica. That dude. Well, I suppose it makes sense. Little goblins wouldn't bother hiding any of that stuff. Anyway, all she's doing is saying that she's not selling it. Also, it technically wasn't hers. She got it from someone else.
Which makes it hers. She received the store, and thus anything inside it.
Yes, but it wasn't like her that picked those out to begin with. Anyway, I looked for the Empress card, said elegantly, page number 3. I wonder why it's page number 3. Anyway,
all the major arcana have numbers. I'm willing to bet that the Empress is number 3.
Number 67 it is. The Empress is...
Yeah, number 3, the Empress.
Like I said, number 67. The Empress is a figure associated with femininity, empathy, abundance, and compassion. She is an elegant, nurturing, and sensual being. Its strong ties to nature and creativity made my smile grow. A companion like this would surely be a great support. But where would I find them? Queen of the Night. See? Empress is Queen of the Night! Clinging to my newfound motivation, I pushed myself out of my seat, closed the tarot guidebook. I wouldn't find them here, unless they were a book. I secured the tarot deck with a green ribbon and slipped it into my bag, my hand brushing against a smooth piece of card. I remembered that lady gave me her card. I quickly whipped Lilia's business card out and read the address. I guess I knew where to start. Lilia ran a business and had a confident air about her. She'd be able to give me some tips for sure. Aha! See? Pink hair. I'm right again, Dawning. She did tell me to stop by if I needed anything. I grabbed my phone and searched for directions. See, it's kind of interesting to see the juxtaposition of like an old world magic and technology, like modern technology like social media sites and smell phones and things like that.
Yeah, it's a very cool mix.
And actually having them integrating into each other. Like, because the other example I can think of something similar to this would be the Harry Potter franchise, where there is the world of the Muggles, which is the world of technology, but the magical world doesn't know shit about it. Right? You're not going to find wizards using cell phones or social media in that universe. But this is interesting. Anyway, it wasn't far. The Lilia's store sat in a cute gaggle of magical businesses in a quiet part of town. Made sense considering her shop doubles as a clinic. Privacy and peace were needed. As I turned my phone screen off, I saw my reflection in it. Lilia's chamomile flower was still entwined in my hair, somehow not getting unentwined despite the fact that I slept all night, which I suppose makes some sense.
Yeah, it depends how you sleep.
Like the dead. Usually. I secured it before I locked the shop and took a leisurely stroll to Lilia's clinic. Magic. Magic is going to be the explanation for everything that happens here. The sign atop Lilia's store read, "Nature's Repose," in a swoopy but simple characters, with "store and clinic" underneath. Wreaths and vines draped over the sign, and a few bundles of chamomile hung by the entrance. I sleepwalk and make noodles. Yeah, Deus Ex Magica. It makes sense here. But yes, no, I have in fact sleptwalked and cooked noodles before. This is why I feel like I would be qualified to be a professional noodleman. Because it's something that I'm so good at, I can literally do it in my sleep. I can't even engineer in my sleep. Which, being fair, is probably a good thing, because I would hate to fuck something up because I was sleeping while I did it. Like, if I fuck something up, a customer's entire machine may explode. Well, okay, not literally explode, but will probably break. That's not good.
Yeah, generally something you like to avoid.
Yeah. I mean, okay, we have no clue how good those noodles were, because I also ate them while sleeping. But I did not die. The low light of afternoon reflected off the windows, preventing me from catching a glimpse of the inside. Well, this is lovely. Again, the artwork here is just astounding. It really is. Low bar to clear. Yeah, well, look. But no, this is gorgeous. That stained glass the stained glass windows, I mean, that had to take a lot of work. The calming
this is very nice.
It really is. You could spend time here. Well, good, because we probably are. The calming scent of flowers and incense wafted towards me as I entered the clinic, accompanied by a gentle clinking of glass chimes. The store was neat and elegantly decorated with pale green and rustic brown. I don't see brown. I see green, pink, and blue. Lots of pink. I wandered deeper, reading the handwritten signs beside every herb and tool. Lilia seemed to take great care with even simple tasks. Her signs had matching drawings of each item. She didn't seem to be around. Perhaps she was in the back or in one of the side rooms. I peeked to a room on the left where a thick white curtain had been pulled to the side. Uh-oh. My eye scanned the piles of crumpled notes strewn about across the floor and messily stacked up vials of pastes and salves. Accompanying the vials was a worrying amount of I was going to say odd-looking spills, but it's old-looking spills.
I see placeholder graphic.
You do?
I mean, that's probably what that background is, right? It looks like a low-quality photograph.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, organized enough in the actual public part of her shop. This is probably like a workshop or something. But yeah, okay, I guess this is in fact a placeholder. It doesn't strike me as the same art style. It's kind of noticeable because the drawn art sticks out a little bit more. Anyway, beside the point. The room was the complete opposite of the rest of the store. It was almost unsettling. A few papers sat by my feet that weren't as destroyed as the rest. I scanned the room behind me. Oh god, she is mischievous. Scanned the room behind me before reading whatever information wasn't scribbled out or covered in goop. Stage 1. Recurring fractures. Low appetite. Resembles magic addiction seen in warlocks. Resistance to salves and healing magic becomes an obstacle. I felt a pit form in my stomach, prompting me to read on. Stage 2. Pale, scaly skin, uncontrollable fevers, bones are unreliable. Whoa. Ew. Speech difficulties, respiratory can't, salves ineffective. Oh, hey, so pale, scaly skin, uncontrollable fevers, bones are unreliable, speech difficulties. Okay, I have all of these symptoms except for speech difficulties. I can talk good.
I don't know, you kinda took a second to get that one out.
Okay, fine. Maybe I don't have uncontrollable fevers though, but I do have respiratory issues. It's winter, so my skin is in fact starting to dry out, which did not make the slashing my thumb thing better.
Oh, yeah, no, that wouldn't.
As for my bones being unreliable, the bones in my right arm have been unreliable since I snapped them when I was 7. Like, I just get aches in them very regularly, but... So what disease is this? I'm glad that your flu is mostly past dawning, because the flu and the migraine combined is just horrible. Salves ineffective. A chill ran up my back as I stepped away from the note. The guilt of snooping in the note's contents hung heavy in my mind as I turned back to the main room, stepping out of the curtain's cover. I involuntarily jumped when I saw Lilia with her back turned to me, organizing an herb display. She had a thick wooden box tucked under her arm. She was taking cute bags of herbs?
Yeah, you know, like small ones. They have a little cute little leaves sticking out of them. I get the vibe they're going for.
I suppose. Cute bags of herbs out of. Stylish bags. Fine. She turned at the sound of my steps, her eyes narrowed in confusion. She clearly didn't think anyone was in the shop. Once I had been spotted, she rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, set down the box, and rushed over to me with a quick smile. Surely you weren't eavesdropping and snooping on my mess back there, were you? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Her gaze subtly flitted between me and the room behind me, a hint of concern in her eyes. I dodged the question she was no doubt about to ask. I need advice. I mean, you said I could come to you, right? Lilia's expression turned curious at my abrupt words. She seemed to push her own questions away as she nodded and led me to a table on the other side of her store. Oh, this is nice. A little, well, okay, bunch of plants, no surprise there, and it's a nice little kitchen area. You're in luck. The store is empty at the moment, and the displays can wait. Not that I'd ever turn you away. Even though we've only met once? Lilia's attempt at brushing away the awkwardness relaxed me slightly. I still felt guilty for snooping, but she didn't seem to be annoyed. It probably is a placeholder, yes, but it still fits what I would expect for her setting.
Yeah, it's a good placeholder at least.
Yeah, the last one wasn't exactly as it was described, but this I could definitively see her having as kind of like a living area in her clinic. But she didn't seem to be annoyed, and if she was, she didn't express it. Her voice softened as she set 2 delicate teacups on the table and began to boil an ornate white and gold kettle. Why would you boil the kettle? I feel like you should boil water in the kettle, not the kettle itself. What kind of temperature? Okay, what metal is that kettle made out of?
Well, it's a whole magical process. You can't really compare it necessarily to your mundane, non-magical kettles.
LG, I am an engineer. About the only thing I can tell you is non-magical. But again, the boiling point of a lot of metals is asininely hot. Like, you probably burn the house down before you boil that kettle. And again, I don't mean to wail on the script writers here. This is just the shit that I do. So please don't think that I'm being deliberately obtuse specifically for that. No, I am deliberately this obtuse for everything. I know a lot of time and effort went into this game, so do your weather some favor to have a spot of that. Look, this is my solution to winter, is just like create a raging inferno somewhere nearby, not too close to me, but close enough that it just gets rid of all this ridiculously cold. Like, I was half debating not going to the office today because I spent most of yesterday, like, okay, I will say, like, my thumb feels much better. It's still bleeding, and I will probably have to change the bandages at some point before I go to sleep today, but it doesn't hurt as much as it did yesterday. Like, yesterday it was in agony the whole frickin' day. So I kept having to take, I mean, only over-the-counter stuff, like ibuprofen, but still. Like, if that wore off, I was very cranky. It's a good thing my wife wasn't home most of the day. Cranky me is not someone you want to be anywhere near the vicinity of.
How dare you be cranky towards your wife?
I wasn't. I specifically said it's a good thing she wasn't home for most of yesterday.
Even if she was, better not be cranky towards her.
I was, again, in my defense, I spent most of yesterday in pain or on ibuprofen. Also, welcome
I don't know.
back.
I just got back.
I was just prior to this, I was just talking about how you shouldn't boil the kettle. You should boil water in the kettle. I'm always nice to you, even when I'm cranky. Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that, Dawning. Anyway, we're in Lilia's shop, and we're at her line, "What's the matter, Blossom?"
Yep, I can take over reading for her. What's the matter, Blossom?
Well, for one thing, I'm Buttercup. They both are Powerpuff Girls, right? I'm not crazy?
Yeah, no, you got it.
Both Buttercup, and yeah. I didn't realize that's what you were referencing.
I don't remember who the third one is.
Bubbles.
Bubbles. Well, that wouldn't have worked in this case. I felt a sense of calm wash over me as the tea's sweet scent... Oh, good, she's getting drugged again. I felt a sense of calm wash over me as the tea's sweet scent wafted around me, paired with Lilia's warm voice. I played with the teacup, tracing its design as I formed my thoughts. Oh, good, I'm thinking again, so my head is on fire.
Katie, I think we should make an ending where this is all just a giant fever dream and Luna's just been drugged by everyone.
Please. Look, if in any way I influence the direction this game goes, first of all, you don't have to give me credit. You absolutely do not, but just please let me know. I will find it.
If we did that, it would be like an extra.
The bad end. Oh, man.
So every route has a good end and a bad end. So, because that's pretty standard for most romance games.
DLC. Look. Anyway, I barely had a grasp on today's events, and I wasn't sure how to convey. I think she means yesterday's events. But anyway, I barely had a grasp on today's events, and I wasn't sure how to convey them to her. I've unexpectedly inherited a shop? A tarot shop? From a strange man. Yes, Ellison, you'll D my LC. Worst ending.
Wait, what?
Because DLC. So Ellison said he'll
No,
D...
I want to know why he's D'ing your LC.
Oh, fine. Let him D your LC or whatever. I don't care. But yeah, no, the worst ending is the drugged ending. I'm not sure where to start. I was hoping you could spare some advice since you seem to know what you're doing. Oh, and some herbs to keep my head cool would be great. Because again, I am thinking, and my head is on fire. A soft chuckle floated through the air as Lilia scooped some colorful leaves into the kettle before returning to the table. She gave me a knowing look as she joined me.
If I knew you'd be having such a peculiar night, I would have given you more chamomile. Of course, I'll help. I'd hate to see your pretty eyes tarred by bags and dark circles.
Hey, a sound effect. The tea she poured was a deep purple at first, before fading to a lighter lilac. I watched in awe before picking the cup up to inhale the aroma. It filled me with such a homely warmth, one that felt familiar. I looked at Lilia through the small cloud of steam and returned her kind smile.
I can help you get started. As you can see, I take great care of my shop's appearance.
Except for that one room which is technically off limits, but yes, we're not going there. She gestured to her... Yes, we're not going there because we don't want her to know we've been there.
That's her secret room.
Yes. She gestured to her shop before grimacing slightly at the still open curtain. She quickly diverted my attention to the tea she made.
But let's start with herbs first. This is a pea flower tea with a magical twist.
She
It helps
peed in the
with focus.
tea? That's gross.
Also, tea is in the vegetable, the nasty vegetable. Actually, that's just as gross.
Yeah, this is gonna take more than one stream.
Helps with focus and alleviating worries. I like to start my days with it.
You know, if I had something that helped me focus, I could probably get through shit quicker, but it would probably be less entertaining.
You can brew some in the mornings while you prepare your shop. I almost misread that as soup. My formula.
Well, it would be pea soup, like split pea soup.
My formula speeds up the brewing process, sort of like instant coffee. I'll bag you up some.
Bag? Like old bag? Oh, I've heard of pea flower tea. It's hard to get unless you make it yourself, since it takes hours to prepare properly. She must have been quite talented with tea brewing to have made such a perfect cup of pea flower tea. Lilia nodded as she set her teacup down.
It's a hobby of mine, perfecting hard brews and making easier versions of them.
She slipped a notepad out of her satchel and began scribbling down with lightning-fast speed. I took a cautious sip of my tea to assess the flavor. I was pleasantly surprised. Ah, drugs. It was a gentle flavor, one that you had to search for. Sweet but slightly floral. A few sips in, I began to feel my mind clearing while I tried to make out some words on the page. Oh, so she's making out with the words on the page.
The romance game.
It is. I just didn't expect it to be with words on a page.
Hey, it's a magical world.
Fair enough.
miss
She
something?
no, it's
Oh.
my turn.
Oh.
She tore the
Okay.
page off her pad and handed it to me. It was a list of instructions on how to modify pea flower tea to suit my particular needs, how to make it better for vitamin intake, energy levels, skincare, etc. Yeah, see, Dawning is disappointed. She thought she'd make out with the pretty girl. To be honest, I thought so too, but we'll see. The night is still young. Below the instructions were names and measurements of various herbs that are common enough and safe for daily use. I admired the neatness of her quick handwriting before I placed the page on the table and looked up to see Lilia fussing with some jars in her cupboard. A few hums and haws slipping out as she scooped them into small bags.
These will start you off, but you'll want to establish good routines and habits. Developing a reliance on herbs isn't a good idea. Dang it, but drugs are so fun.
We do not condone drug usage on this channel. I should make that very clear. Of course. I can't exactly pay for all of these right now. Can I pay you once I've handled some customers? Lilia waved her hand and laughed once more.
Of course, I know you're not the type to rack up a tab you can't pay.
Wait, what's that except fictional characters?
Oh, I told Ellie he's not allowed to cheat on me with anything but fictional characters.
Ah. You know, I haven't asked my wife if she feels the same way.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of have to let him because he knows my obsession with law, so, and he supports it, so.
I see. Okay, to be fair, Ellie said, I did have to go get my inhaler, which is a prescription drug, so yes.
See, we are using drugs.
You know what I mean. To be fair, if I can nitpick other people's words, y'all are more than welcome to nitpick my own words. So, have at it. Oh yes, okay, not condoning drugs except for fictional. I'm not even condoning that. Like, I still think it's bad that that happened. But I would love to see it as a bad ending to this game. Again, you don't have to give me any kind of credit whatsoever, but if you do make a special end to it, or if I have any influence on this game whatsoever, I would appreciate at least knowing. But Midori, I'm sure you'll tell me.
Oh, once the whole game's released, you're playing it.
Anyway, she sounded confident in her statement despite only knowing me for a few hours. Lilia must have been the type to trust her gut when it came to people.
Now, on to customer service. You've got a lovely smile. Don't be afraid to use it. A good image and a welcoming store is your foundation. If your store looks interesting or fun, people will wander in just to scope it out. That's when you use that natural charm to close the sale. Oh, but why, Lilia?
Why
if you struggle
what?
To keep just I don't know why. When I'm reading her lines, I struggle.
Oh.
If you struggle to keep up conversation with your customers, just comment on something they've said or something they're wearing. A compliment can make a conversation flow. That's all true advice, actually.
Yes. Now, here's what I will say. I have a slight problem because according to that weirdo who left me the store, not everyone can even see that this store exists.
Exactly. I was actually thinking that as I read it. I'm like, ironically, but Lilia doesn't know that.
Right. I understand that Lilia doesn't know that.
And Luna barely understands it at this point, what's going on either. She just knows she was just handed this random store, and it's like...
From this weirdo who bribed her with cookies.
They were divine.
They were. Anyway, she continued on, mentioning how she draws in customers, how small details go a long way, how to keep your patrons happy. I listened gratefully, in awe of the way she carries herself. But also noting the fact that she had no customers during this whole time, so I'm wondering how effective her advice is. Anyway, Lilia stirred her tea with an elegant glass stirrer while she spoke. It seemed as though helping came second nature to her. She followed my eyes to the stirrer and smiled sheepishly.
Another small hobby of mine. I collect pretty magical magic tools, specifically food-related ones. I'll show you my collection one day.
Uh-huh. She cleared her throat while I grinned. It suited her. She seemed to have an amazing taste in everything. Fashion, interior design, tea, and who knew what else.
Are you experienced with tarot? If not, you'll have to train to learn how to fake being good.
Train or learn how to fake being good. Not train to learn how to fake being good. It would be kind of weird if you trained to fake being good. Yes, hopefully she has good taste in women.
Good.
But we'll see. Well, I'm relatively new, so I don't know anything. I haven't given an actual reading yet. I can't even read my own pulse. Shit, I might actually be dead. My deck feels different. Like I said earlier, I'm not playing with a full deck. You've trained to fake being good at so many things. Well, hold on. No. You mean to tell me that all those goblinating classes only teach you to fake being good at being a goblin?
Oh.
Anyway, my deck feels different. My deck prescribes fate. Do you understand what that means? Lilia tilted her head and leaned it into her palm as she thought. She subconsciously stirred her tea, making at least 4 rounds of the cup before speaking.
Prescribes fate. Perhaps you're sort of a doctor as well, then?
Time Lord?
Yeah. That's actually accurate. Oh my gosh.
You did choose a companion.
I did, and I changed fate by choosing.
Great, so Kai's a ninja, Luna's a Time Lord. Oh my gosh.
Nova is a Super Saiyan.
Got a bot in the chat.
I'll take care
So
of it.
what's Lilia here? What's Lilia?
That's a good question. She's a Gerudo.
What the heck?
What the heck?
Oh, I saw the message that best viewers on something, but I guess message deleted by a spam thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just
Those
it's just
pop
a spam
up.
chat.
Yeah.
Those pop up from time to time. It's one of 2 reasons I need to keep an eye. Well, one of 3 reasons I need to keep an eye on my chat while doing this. And I found a good way to do it. Like, I was screwing around at the very beginning. I was screwing around trying to figure out how I was going to do that. But I figured it out. It's going to be fine. I'm going to be able to work this for computer games that can actually reduce screen size. So some of them I don't know how I'm going to do, but whatever. If Nova's Super Saiyan, is she secretly super muscular? I don't know, little goblin. You would have to figure it out.
She's like Pan. Pan's not super muscular. And I know everyone hates Pan, but make it a point. That's only like female Super Saiyan.
I mean, Pan was never a Super Saiyan. Is the crazy
wasn't?
bit? No,
Really?
She never goes Super Saiyan.
Oh, I don't know. It's been so
wild.
long. Interesting. Which is so what? Wow, that's sexist.
What?
The one female Super Saiyan, we don't see her go Super Saiyan. How sexist.
No, because you have.
I mean, we do have the
female
lesbians
Super
in
Saiyans.
Super.
Oh, I don't know. I have seen none of Super or read it, so.
It's what is it? Kaba? No, it's yeah, Kaba's one. I don't remember,
Yeah.
but
Kaba is the male one who meets Vegeta early on. There's Caulifla, who
right.
is, who is the spunky one, and Kale, who is the Broly.
Kale, there we go. Okay, and their combined one is Kefla.
Correct.
I remembered Kefla, but I couldn't remember the two things that made Kefla, or the names of the two people who made the super female Saiyans that made up Kefla. Ridiculous, but I've
Apparently
never,
so, Dining.
I've never actually seen that arc because I stopped watching somewhere in the middle of Dragon Ball Z, but apparently so, yes. Anyway.
Of course, they're the kind of you have to read into it kind of lesbians because they're never putting that in the show. But like, yeah, come on, it's obvious.
Yes, well.
Hi, Ellie.
Have you just noticed that LG is here, Ellie said?
To be fair, I'm not talking as much as the two of you, so like...
That's fair, because this isn't one where we've got the full script. Well, okay, you don't have the full script. But... Anyway, she laughed gently and poured us another round of tea.
No, I'm not sure I'm as experienced with tarot. Oh! One of my patients used to read fortunes before. That doesn't matter. I can see if she'd have any useful materials.
Wait.
What?
I just fucking realized. I made a fortune cookie joke. And then I got bribed into taking over the fortune shop with cookies. God fucking damn it, how am I realizing this hours later?
Well, that's why when you made that comment about, oh, are there cookies? At the beginning, I'm like, not yet.
No, yeah, you even said... Man, I'm slow.
No, yeah, that's why I went, not yet. Because I'm like thinking, oh, but there will be.
Yeah, no. And they apparently were fortune cookies. Hey, to be fair, Ellie said, other than my own username, basically no one else's is what you would know them as outside of the War Room Discord server. We're all me here.
Yeah, I'm assuming Katie recognizes my voice and the fact that I have inner game knowledge. Otherwise, she probably... Well, no, she probably recognized my avatar, I hope.
I mean, I did also say that you'd be here later.
No, Katie.
Yeah. I told...
it's different on Twitch, but compared to the particular chat we're using for the voice chat. My username.
Yes. Anyway, a flash of discomfort crossed Lilia's face as she adjusted her posture to be more rigid. I raised an eyebrow and looked into my tea. That'd be great, Lilia. I felt a familiar pit in my stomach at her somber tone. I sipped from my teacup, wishing the calming effect was stronger. More drug! Though it had done wonders to relax my tightly spun mind, I couldn't erase the notes I had read earlier. She seemed deflated as she fixed her curls and checked the kettle's contents. Lilia... Sensing my wariness, Lilia adapted her demeanor and crossed her hands on the table.
Yes, Blossom?
Why'd she stop, if it's okay to ask? A quiet sigh slipped from her lips as she avoided my gaze. She... Oh, right.
She got sick. Very sick.
Sick. I looked down into the tea again. She knew I was in her workspace, so she probably suspected that I had seen something. It would be weirder not to speak about it. Yes, HIPAA violation. But I'm pretty sure she's got the hips to spare, so I'll forgive her.
You assume she has a license.
I'd certainly fucking hope so.
I mean, A, that is also assuming that she has a license and is not kind of one of those homeopathic...
You assume that they need a license to practice this stuff in this universe.
Here's the other thing about HIPAA, right? You can kind of give... Because Mini-Me, my little sister, is going into, or she's in psychology. And she currently has, what do they call it? Practicum, where she's working at an actual facility. And as far as HIPAA, like, as long as you don't actually give specific patient information, you can talk about some of the cases that you've seen and what have you to anybody. It's just, like, you can't give anything that would identify a specific person or a specific, it's mostly just specifically identifying an individual. So she can say, so-and-so. Well, she can't say so-and-so. She can say, today I dealt with someone who threatened to kill me, or today, I saw someone who did this, or someone who, like, and, again, that's technically not a HIPAA violation, apparently. Just like I am not a legal expert, I am also not a medical expert in any way, shape, or form. So, obviously...
But that spells your initials. How can you not be a medical expert?
Because I have had no medical training whatsoever. Like, would a medical expert cut up his own thumb by accident? No.
Some of the folks I've known, yeah, kinda.
Then they're not an expert.
Well, if they're an expert klutz and also an expert medical person.
Katie has confirmed what I said, but yeah, I get knowledge of this secondhand from my sister. When it came to some of the stuff I was talking about from Ace Attorney and things like Double Jeopardy, my wife was a paralegal, her mother is an attorney, so I personally don't have knowledge or experience in these fields, but I learn and I listen. Because it's always good to learn about other things. Anyway, would be weirder not to speak about it, so let's speak about it. Your workspace. There were notes on a disease.
You saw them. I thought I discarded them.
She sounded truly apologetic, and I felt even guiltier for snooping now.
I'm sorry. I'm sure they gave you a fright.
As a hypochondriac, they absolutely did.
You're new to this, aren't you? Magic? You look so impressed by everything. Even this tea. It's quite cute.
I sighed and turned at the deflection. I didn't want to push further when she had already helped me so much, but I wanted to know if there was a serious disease that I should be worried about. Like I said, hypochondriac. Oh, you didn't think I was capable of learning.
Learning? What's that? Never heard of it.
I can. I just have to be interested in learning. Which means I refuse to learn anything in Ace Attorney or in Tears of the Kingdom. I just do whatever the hell I want. Could this be what the voice meant by helping the city? What else was I in the dark about? The small smile she graced me with eased me slightly, but not much. She cleared the table and took a deep breath with her back turned to me. Her voice came out quieter with a clear exhaustion in it.
There's no official name. It's called something different depending on your affiliation and social circles. Witch's rash, the mold, oyster sturge.
Witch's rash. Ew. All of those sound disgusting, but witch's rash sounds the worst. She loosened her shoulders and turned to face me, leaning against her counter. The change in atmosphere worsened the pit in my stomach.
Well, you saw something that scared you. That's probably enough.
I want to know more. What do you call it, Lilia? Her eyes widened with the flash of curiosity as she crossed her arms and took a moment to think before meeting my gaze again.
Monorot. I've seen how it rots people's bodies, sucks all the magic out of them. It seemed the only suitable name. Is it mana or mana?
I've always said mana.
I think that's also a potato-potato thing.
Yeah. The infected. They're all on the fringes of society or in some way related to it. People down their luck. Lonely people. Eccentrics. Oh, like the guy in the shop.
He probably
no one
had
of no one of higher standing has contracted it. I don't know, his hair might be too fabulous. It doesn't make sense for a disease to target such a concentrated demographic.
Also, those would be the same demographic that could see my shop, wouldn't they? Coincidence?
I mean, it includes them, but no, you can have rich people be lost. There's not a specific demographic for her shop outside of them just being lost.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just a sheer coincidence. It doesn't matter.
Not all the people afflicted are gonna be lost.
I'm lost. Anyway, Lilia
When are you not?
When I'm in bed, well, no, I technically don't know because I might be sleepwalking.
See? Anyways, carry on.
His hair is too fabulous. He's immune. Yeah, I'm always lost. Fine. Okay. I'll tell you when I'm not lost. When I have a little goblin guiding me, but I don't know how trustworthy the little goblin is. Or when I have Dien guiding me. Even then, I still somehow manage to get lost. Oh, God. My earlier Breath of the Wild videos were horrible, but in a good way. Anyway, Lilia slipped into her own thoughts, and I felt bad for breaching such a heavy subject. She clearly cared deeply for the well-being of those around her. I love you too, little goblin, Dawning. I was sure having patients she couldn't truly help was an unimaginable burden. How many infected were there? Were we on the brink of an outbreak? Well, how is it spread? Is it airborne? Is it... Before my anxiety could shoot up my spine, Lilia interjected.
She really does sound like hypochondriac.
Yes.
It cannot be spread. That's why it makes no sense.
Her eyes flitted back to me. Yeah, it did. Okay, so
You're not...
leaning on a different set of knowledge, right? My parents are both microbiologists / biochemists. My dad actually worked in drug discovery for a while. So he is aware of infectious diseases. Yeah, no, this makes this makes nonsense. But I know what the answer is. The answer is it's magical bullshit again, which is...
Well...
You know what? No.
Obviously, there's more to it, yeah.
Right, but no, this game is perfect for me because, despite being outside of my wheelhouse, because magical bullshit is how I get anything done. By the way, I am having an absolute blast with this.
You're not in danger, Luna. The general public aren't at risk, it seems.
Lily and I shared a charged look, one of curiosity and frustration. That's not the kind of charged look I'd want to be sharing with anybody. Different kinds of charged looks, yes.
I don't know, it could lead to some fun stuff.
That's why Maya is such a good goblin. Uh-huh. Then, is someone spreading it purposely? Or does it come from some sort of magical source that hasn't been discovered yet? I can tell from Lilia's expression that these are avenues she has tirelessly pursued with no explanation in sight.
A
sudden clanking of chimes rang through the shop and scared us both. It makes sense. We simultaneously jumped and looked to the source of the noise to see a customer looking around for Lilia. She flashed me a half smile before rushing off to deal with her client. I could hear the woman talking about the sudden storm outside as I sat for a moment admiring the cup once more before deciding I'd overstayed my welcome and asked far too many questions. I placed my cup in the sink and washed them both as a small thank you. I got ready to go on my way, my hefty care package. I love that storm sound effect. My hefty care package tucked under my arm. Gales of wind bashed against the door and windows, making me regret my lack of outerwear. Luckily, I was at least wearing underwear. As I passed various herb displays on my way to the door, Lilia's head popped out from the green curtain of the clinic room where she was treating her patient. Her eyes scanned the room for a moment before brightening once they set on me.
You're heading out in that storm? You can wait it out in the kitchen.
She seemed to remember the task at hand and gestured to the left of me.
Sorry, but could you grab me that blue bag in the wooden box?
I quickly set my package down, grabbed the little blue bag, and entered the clinic room and handed it to her. She masterfully crushed the buds into her paste, turning the white substance into a smoother yellow one. The texture looked rather slimy. Eee.
Yum. I said yum.
Yeah. My attention drifted to the decor. The cream walls had sage green accents, as opposed to French accents, or Chicago accents, or Southern accents, or Australian accents, or New York accents, or Boston accents, or Dawning accents. What would a sage green accent sound like?
Not like a New York accent, I guess.
No.
We'll see if Lilia says coffee or something.
Yeah, we'll see. And wood paneling. On the shelves and attached to the walls hung plenty of plants to make it homely. I stood to the side and watched Lilia work, which was not what she told me I could do. She told me go wait in the kitchen.
Luna don't listen to no one.
Apparently not. She slathered the liquid over a gnarly-looking rash on the woman's leg. Not at all fazed by the sight. You don't know if you have that much of a unique accent. Fine, a little goblin accent. The liquid disappeared, quickly absorbed by the patient's skin. It didn't appear to hurt since she showed no reaction. Or perhaps it did hurt, but she was used to it. Lilia talked with the woman gently, asking her how her other rashes were healing and how her appetite had been. She unwrapped multiple bandages, revealing similar but less painful-looking rashes on the... This is a HIPAA violation. The salve seemed to draw...
HIPAA don't exist.
I mean, yes, this is a completely different universe, but this would in fact be a HIPAA violation.
Yeah, probably.
The salve seemed to draw the infection out, and Lilia continued talking as she cleaned the wound and took out some Can I get her to treat my thumb?
Yes.
Then I'd probably leave with a green thumb.
She is good with plants.
That's the joke, yes.
Are you interested in medicine, Luna? Emmy?
No. I mean, just say the right, say the right name, like say Luna. Anyway.
Are you interested in medicine, Luna?
I blushed at the suppressed laughter in her voice. I hadn't noticed just how enthusiastically I had been watching her. I was definitely fascinated by the methods Lilia used to heal her patient. Her methods had an old and rustic feel to them, yet felt somehow modern. I suppose so? It's new to me. I want to know more about magical ingredients. I peeked at the jars on her computer desk. Again,
the existence of magic and technology side by side. It's very interesting. I peeked
Wait till you get to Nova's, right? I believe Twitter and stuff like that gets mentioned.
Well, right, because
Oh, well.
social media was absolutely mentioned when we saw her earlier. So yes. Although you're going to have to change that because it's X now.
No. We made up names, but they're not the
figured.
same names.
I figured. Anyway, I peeked at the jars on her computer desk. Her computer looked rather old and outdated, but it's still a frickin' computer.
Oh, well, feel free to watch me for as long as you like. I can answer any questions you have after.
Lilia was bandaging the rash when another patient came in and called out for her. Okay. A sudden thump, followed by some panicked muttering, made Lilia pause and poke out of the curtain again. She quickly ushered the person into the clinic room, introducing herself and leading him to the spare bed. She had to remove and restart the bandages on her first patient, but she quickly finished the task. As Lilia began to write up advice and grab ingredients to make an ointment, I decided I wanted to help out. She was clearly overwhelmed right now by having 3 of us in the room. And I'm a dead weight. Legislatively Bruno. What the heck is legislatively... Oh, it's a pun off of Legally Blonde, I assume. The new patient was waiting, looking rather put out, and more could arrive at any time. There was also a mess at the front of the shop. The cards you hold prescribe the future, okay? My cards. Was I supposed to use them in times like this? When I was unsure. Okay, well, I'll see that when I see that, which will probably be next week. Prescribing the future. This was a good opportunity to figure out what that truly meant. I pulled out my deck with trepidation and laid it on the counter in front of me. Felt a strange pull towards them as my uncertainty grew. 3 paths lay before me. Hold on, I skipped that over, so let me hit back. I could help Lilia out by distracting the extra patient. I could clean up whatever mess the man had made when he entered, or I could remove myself from the situation and cause less stress. Maybe my cards would help my indecision. Did I really hold the power needed to wield these cards? I pulled the High Priestess for myself. That had to mean something. I would make sure it meant something. I thought she pulled the Empress for herself.
No, the Empress is Lilia.
Oh,
She pulled High Priestess first.
Called High Priestess.
Right. Number 67, the High Priestess, I remember. Without another thought, I grabbed my deck and clumsily shuffled it. It was difficult fitting the entire deck into my hand, but I managed. Meanwhile, Lilia's just looking at her like, what the fuck are you doing? I just pulled 1 card. I only needed 1. And it was, of course, Explodia.
So, there's a note with games like these, depending on your choice, depends on how many affection points. Well, decide how many affection points you get. When those affection points decide if you get the good or the bad choice.
I'm guessing removing myself from the equation is not a good choice.
Do you want to know what the best choice is, or would you rather wing it?
I would rather wing it. How
Okay.
did I help Lilia? Talk to the new patient, clean up the front, don't do... Well, obviously don't do anything is the bad choice. So, alright, I've got 3 cards that I can pick, and guess what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to pick my nose!
Ew.
I can't believe I didn't guess that.
That would probably count as don't do anything, which is the bad ending.
You just sit there picking her nose.
Yeah, no, that would definitely get negative affection points. So, alright, let's think about this. Obviously, don't do anything is very bad. But which one would be better? Talk to the new patient or clean up the front? What she's most stressed out about right now is the multitude of patients. I don't think she gives a damn. I mean, she keeps her shop in order for sure. But, like, when there are patients there, I can understand why they would be her number one priority. So I figure I can talk to the new patient and distract him. And that's also something she can actively see me doing, as opposed to me going out into the hallway and cleaning. But yeah, I'm gonna talk to the new patient. Dawning thought? No, I'm not asking Dawning for her thoughts. Talk to the new patient.
Do you want my thoughts?
Well, now that I've made a selection, yes.
Or rather, would you like to know what choice you just made?
Was it the bad choice?
Nope, it was a medium.
Really?
It's like
cleaning was the...
A good choice. You'll see.
I wanted to lessen her workload. Lilia used conversation to ease her patient's worries, so maybe I could do the same. In one swift motion, I plucked the top card of my freshly shuffled deck, took in its appearance. I had pulled the 3 of Cups. Okay.
Yeah, tarot cards also have, like, numbered suits.
I figured. A card representing community and friendship that seemed appropriate for this situation. I would talk to the man and distract him until Lilia could take over. So that was what it meant by prescribing. My cards could decide the future. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. The man sat rigidly against the medical bed, a long cap obscuring his face. I couldn't make out his expression, so I approached timidly. He moved his head to the side slightly, letting me catch a glimpse of his face. I couldn't tell the color of his eyes, but I could see they were narrowed into a glare. He didn't seem the talking type. Ah. I steadied myself and started up a conversation anyway. I wanted to help lighten Lilia's load, even if it was just distracting a customer. First time here? Mine too. I attempted a natural smile, but my awkwardness no doubt shone through. The man sighed and readjusted his posture to be even more rigid.
Yeah.
Aha.
Thought.
Lilia looked over her shoulder and shook her head with a small smile.
I'll be with you soon, sir. If you need anything, I'm sure Luna would love to help.
I internally cringed as Lilia saw how badly I was floundering and threw me a bone. Did I somehow add to her workload? Oops. The man clearly wanted nothing from me, so I decided to clean up the mess he made earlier instead. Wouldn't be good for the other customers to see the store in the messy state. So I technically did both!
Yeah, but you gave her more work.
Did I really?
Yes.
How?
Well, she's trying to take care of the other patient, and you're harassing her other patient, and she has to cover for you so he doesn't call the police on you.
Aha. I slipped out of the clinic and looked at the mess. There was a pile of herbs scattered on the floor. He must have knocked a loose bag off one of the displays. I looked around for cleaning supplies and spotted a closet close to her register. Luckily, it had what I needed. I made quick work of the mess by sweeping it up with the brush and pan and tossing the herbs in the trash. Well, that's not good. You could have tried to save some of them. After
they
They
were
were
no
all
good.
on the floor. They would have all been mixed up and messed
Yeah,
with.
5-second
floor.
rule don't apply in this case. Yeah, it's been
maybe-
more than 5 seconds.
You know, I will say, Dawning says maybe if Luna was better at talking to people. A, I should have remembered that Luna was a little bit of an anxious type, and B, I also should have anticipated that it really depends on the other person a fuck ton more than doing something nice like cleaning a room would.
It's also the fact that this is Luna's first day with Lilia, so she doesn't really have that experience yet either.
Yeah. I was thinking more logically, like, okay, this is probably an easier and more direct way to take away some, but like, no, lack of experience, bad. Lack of nerve, bad. So I should have just cleaned up in the first place. I an idiot.
Ah, well, you still hit the decent one.
Well, yeah,
you
because
got medium.
the bad one was very clearly bad.
Honestly, I forgot that the do nothing was the bad one. I thought it was the good one.
Why was that the...
I misremembered, but
doing nothing strikes me as generally always being the bad option.
For some reason, I had the mismemory that she caused trouble regardless, but I clearly misremembered.
Maybe that's a future
And so I'm
thing.
staring at him, and then I'm just staring. No, it's not. As far maybe wait, could it be? I don't know.
Don't tell me and don't spoil anything. Anyway, after putting the broom
probably
away,
not. Go ahead. Sorry.
I found a loose bag and fixed it up, retying the bow. Even if it didn't look as good as Lilia's, it's better than no bow, I think. As I looked for an appropriate place for the bag, a tall man in a cloak silently entered the shop. Is this another oddball? If I hadn't been at the very front of the store, I wouldn't have noticed his presence. I quickly set the bag down on the nearest display podium and turned to greet him. Ah, hello, I'm... My explanation was cut off as the man shook his head and raised his hand to silence me. I felt rather disgruntled and unsure how to react, so I just stared at him. Very pleasant conversation. A lot of pleasant people in this game. He grabbed the closest herb bag and threw coins at me before leaving, his odd cape swirling behind him. Hadn't uttered a single word. I shrugged it off despite how odd it seemed. Perhaps he was simply that antisocial, or maybe he was sick. This was a health store, after all. I walked to Lilia's register and, after a few well-guessed button presses, managed to activate the self-destruct button. Well, shit, game over. Oh, sorry. Managed to open it. I slipped the change in and made a note of how much I was given in case the guy cheaped out. You have to cheat when you play. And you helped make the game!
Hey, I know the right answers on what I wrote. I can't remember the right answers on what everyone else wrote.
Well, I always try to get the left answers anyway. And yes, Ellison, everyone just mashes buttons sometimes. It's the smart thing to do.
Well, that's why the quick save feature exists for quick saving and abusing it.
Oh yeah, there is a quick save feature here.
Which is really great for games that show your affection rising. I abuse the heck out of quick save.
Yeah, so I see save, and then I thought that was like a little circle save, and I was confused. But no, that is a Q save.
Yep, it's really
by the way,
good.
haven't saved at all.
Yeah. Quick save's really good at choices because you quick save really quick. It's quicker than a long, like, normal save. And
yeah, I am aware of what quick save does.
Okay. I don't know if you've played any visual novels that have it.
Visual novels, no. Emulated games, yes.
Oh, yeah. Fair point. Been a while since I've emulated.
Anyway, I had just set her fancy pen down when Lilia's voice called out to me. The first patient left as I approached, her hands carrying a paper bag with a cute logo stamped on the front. I pulled the curtain aside as I entered, meeting the young man's clouded gaze once again. Lilia spun in her chair, pink curls bouncing with the motion, and nodded her head towards her computer.
My tarot-inclined client has an appointment this Wednesday. Stop by anytime after 6, and I'll have the materials ready.
Well, isn't that nice? Her graceful smile whirled away from me as she began examining the man. I took interest in how a magical medical exam was carried out, and listened in as I walked outside of the curtain. Yes, Dawning. It's a HIPAA violation. We've been through this. There is no HIPAA here, and even if there was, I'm sure Lilia has the hips to get away with it.
Exactly, her hips don't lie.
There I found some tired-looking plants and a half-empty watering can. Lilia must have gotten busy and left the job unfinished. The can was heavy as I picked it up and admired the intricate golden swirls. The same pouring thing that they had for the tea earlier, but I do like the sound effects. There are, in fact, sound effects. I gave the plant some life as I listened in on Lilia's words.
You mentioned... What?
You don't think that's what HIPAA means? It's not. HIPAA is an acronym. But this is a universe with magic, so it is what I say it is. Anyway, go ahead.
You mentioned joint pains earlier? Have you been having any itchiness or flaky skin?
Arthritis. The sound of medical gloves slapping against skin echoed through the room. I guess she was testing his joints.
Kinky. No, why? No, why? Don't worry about it. Fever symptoms is usually a good thing.
I chuckled quietly and listened to the rest of the exam, making mental notes on the different treatments and the symptoms she mentioned. Was she checking for mana rot? I wondered how much of the general public knew about it. I shivered as I remembered details of the mysterious disease once again. I'm guessing this disease is going to be very important. Anyway.
Carry on.
Mr. Can't spell Ellison without lies, claiming not to lie. No. Well, yes, he is in fact claiming not to lie. Anyway, I wanted to get more information out of Lilia when the opportunity arose. The man left as soon as Lilia was done questioning him, not sparing me or the store another glance as he trudged out of the clinic. What an oddball. The chimes clinked together as the door shut, and peace was restored.
Done.
I pushed the curtain aside and sat on one of the free beds as Lilia finished her write-up. She typed as fast as she wrote, which seemed typical for a doctor, especially one who was so busy.
Oh. What questions do you have for me?
What a great idea. Typing instead of writing. People will be able to read that one.
Yes,
well, Lilia apparently has very nice handwriting, so...
I mean, doctors still notoriously have very bad handwriting, specifically when writing prescriptions. But then again, since she seems to be the doctor and the pharmacist, I don't think it would matter.
Let's be honest, it's not just doctors, it's writers too. I can't read my own handwriting.
I wrote a note for myself, and I can read it, but like nobody else can. Anyway,
that's an impressive talent.
Yes.
Sorry.
Lilia's usual smile returned as she turned her chair to face me. She nonchalantly played with her pen in her left hand. Is she left-handed?
No idea.
Because
maybe she is.
I don't know why you would have a writing implement in your non-writing hand. Like, even if you're just playing around with it, I don't play around with pens with my right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. The average doctor has bad handwriting is actually a statistical error. Illegible what?
Do you not know the Spider's George line?
No, I do not. Oh, hey, I was right. Lilia is so she's got pink hair, which, again, it technically falls under the category of redhead. She's cute. She has literally a calming presence about her, mostly because of the chamomile in her hair. She's left-handed. I'm glad I chose this path. Anyway, she nonchalantly played with her pen in her left hand, twirling and flipping it between her fingers. You also probably wouldn't have that kind of dexterity with your non-dominant hand, but I picked up on this immediately because it's just an instinct, because I do sometimes pick up pens and play around with them, especially when I'm thinking or and it's always the left hand that I do it with. I don't even think about picking a writing implement up with my non-dominant hand. Anyway, she seemed restless, a bit of a busybody. Well, I have many, mainly to do with ingredients and such. Lilia grinned and set her pen down, turning to bring something up on her computer. But mostly I want to know more about mana rot, and that's going to get rid of that smile, like, immediately. Lilia sighed quietly and turned back around. She gave me a calm look, but it felt more charged than her previous ones. Yeah, no shit, you keep poking her about this one specific issue.
Luna, you've only recently entered the world of magic. Is this really how you want to proceed? Magical diseases can be unsettling.
I want to know. I don't want to only interact with the pretty side of magic. Watching you work was fascinating. And I'm going to fixate on those notes I saw even more if I can't learn more about them. Lilia shook her head before deciding to give in. She stood up and beckoned for me to follow as she left the room. Ah, yes, we're back here. She entered her messy workroom and scooped up some of the scattered notes. She flattened them and gave a scan of the contents before hesitantly handing them over.
You don't have to read them right. What?
Go ahead.
Oh, you don't have to read them right now. I'll answer your questions, but there's a limit to my knowledge.
I mean, it makes sense. I nodded and gave her an earnest smile before focusing on the mottled paper in my hands. I scanned the information I had already seen and looked for anything new. Loss of speech is rare if caught early. 1 in 20 chance. Complete loss of magic abilities and resistance is guaranteed in Stage 3. Ichor root, a modified strand of blood root needed for cure. Temporary fixes possible but unreliable. Patients pass away approximately 2 weeks. Stage 3. Temporary treatments delay this for 3 days only. Frequent violent outbursts as illness progresses. Skin lesions ooze painfully, cleaned often. The notes only got grimmer as I read on. I glanced up to see Lilia watching my expression closely. I decided she was a better source of information than a bundle of destroyed notes. You're working on a cure? Where can you get ichor root? Is it expensive?
It's gone. Can't buy it, grow it. Not even the black market supplies it anymore.
Lilia slumped into a small pink couch, looking defeated. She looked completely out of place in this mess. I set the notes down and joined her on the couch. Why?
The council recalled it. It can have dangerous effects when used wrongly. Apparently, some people died from overexposure to a few strands of bloodroot, so they wanted to do a large recall to minimize damage.
Yeah, that sounds like the government. Like a couple of people do something really stupid, and you wholesale get rid of something that could be beneficial to everyone.
Is that a typo, though? Because they were talking about ichor root.
So ichor root is a specific type of blood root.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
It's like the all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares thing.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
I think ichor is like the blood of the gods, so like a variant of bloodroot makes sense for that name. Yeah.
So, by the way, not if. when I do West of Loathing. When I play West of Loathing, Icar is actually in West of Loathing.
That's why you knew what it was.
Yes.
Oh.
It might not
Anyway.
have even been the same strand of Bloodroot, yes, Dawning, but whatever. Anyway, surely if you explained...
It's not that easy, Blossom. I've tried. The council is busy and can't grant special circumstances. That'd be unfair, BS.
Letting people die is also unfair. Lilia nodded and ran a hand through her curls, appearing to recalibrate herself.
Luna, I know you've been here for longer than you expected, and I'm sorry I became so distracted that you felt the need to help me. But you seem to have a real interest in medicine. Considering you stuck around for most of your afternoon, do you perhaps want to explore this form of magic? I just so happen to have an empty assistant position.
I'll fill your empty position.
Okay. Into one of the private rooms, let's go.
I mean, this is a romance game!
Exactly, I mean, you're not wrong.
The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but I had enjoyed watching Lilia work, and a chance to explore this side of magic wouldn't just fall into my lap again. Sticking by her side might help me discover what this city is hiding. I met Lilia's gaze and nodded confidently. Yes, wiggle eyebrows. Always with the wiggle. It's a pity that my reactive emote isn't actually animated. Otherwise, I might have wiggling eyebrows, or at least a moving mouth. Alas, Kasumi didn't actually get around to animating it, but it still looks good. And it... Well, okay, it's probably a more handsome version of me than the actual me, but it resembles me. Anyway, if you'll have me. She laughed quietly and nodded back.
Of course I will. I'll show you the basics and you shadow me while I work.
I thought I was supposed to run a tarot card shop, but okay.
You're learning.
Yes.
Protective magic is a great starting point. I believe everyone should know the basics at least.
Lilia scooped up the previous notes and threw them in the bin, seemingly wanting them out of her sight, which I can understand.
You should focus on getting your shop in order first. Stop by on Wednesday and we can start.
Makes perfect sense to me. I gathered my own belongings. You've seen the actual... I mean, yes, you have. To be fair, I think in the one video you have, I'm wearing stupid outfit because stand-up comedy, but still. I gathered my own belongings. Thank you, Lilia, for the advice and the supplies. I'll make sure to pay you back as soon as I can.
I know. Good luck, Blossom.
Lilia waved me off from the door as I headed for my own abode, care package in hand. Hopefully something in this bag will make cleaning easier. I took the stupid glasses. I was still wearing the stupid hat and the stupid bow tie and the stupid shirt. Getting the so-called tarot shop ready for business was no easy task. That mysterious man seemed to be a hoarder of quite literally anything he could get his hands on. Hair and beauty magazines dating way too far back, trashy gossip magazines, the likes of which that old bag and lot of heart would find amusing. Homemade creams and mousses, odd books, even books, and far too much stuff that could only be described as trinkets. The man was definitely an eccentric collector. I wiped my brow and sighed defeatedly as I stared down at the bags surrounding me. I'd leave them in a back room for now. My feet became absorbed by the lush purple carpet of the stairs as I entered the front room. Upon closer inspection, the carpet had small golden stars sewn in, but they looked rather faded. I wondered how old this building was and what it had originally been. Had that strange man run a business of his own in it? I settled into a cozy purple sofa against the window and enjoyed the soft rays of the setting sun. At least he had good taste in furniture. With a deep exhale, I assessed my progress. I'd managed to make the space look more professional, but at what cost? My back ached and my mind was boggled from the mystery bags that were the man's possessions. If he showed up again, I'd be handing him 7 trash bags of his junk. Well, I did say he was a hung man and not a hanged man earlier. I guess 7 trash bags might be enough. The register desk had been completely cleared, but the wood needed buffing. Not that I really planned on doing so, a nice cloth would cover it. The table in the middle for readings had a much more welcoming appearance now, covered in crystals, candles, and plants. I don't know, Dawning, do you really think she would want the erotica if it just had a shirtless man on the cover? I wouldn't.
Yes.
I would.
I would.
I'm outnumbered.
It's one of my favorite books. That's one of my favorite books on my shelf that's like on full display is a sexy shirtless man.
I see. Or rather,
And
I
let's
don't
face
see,
it,
and I don't want to.
If for you, if it was a shirtless redhead. It depends on your taste. Yep, Luna is bisexual. So if it was a one with a sexy woman, she would totally keep it.
You have a point about the redhead.
It's just, if it's for your taste, you have to admit you would keep it on your shelf.
My shelf? No. The table in the middle for readings had a much more welcoming appearance now, covered in crystals, candles, and plants. Now, I had made sure to dust and vacuum every inch of the place. It felt like my fresh start was materializing in front of me. What Dawning said. My eyes flickered to the tarot guidebook sitting on the counter. It was thick and ancient looking with a leather cover. I needed to study it if I hoped to appear professional, which I never do. So I grabbed the guidebook and brought it to my bedroom for some late-night cramming. While my day had been exhausting, it was also rewarding. I was still confused and lost, but in a completely different way. Oh, I see, Ellison. That's why you would want it. That makes perfect sense to me. Anyway, we're not going further down that line of thought with whether or not I would keep that book. That's not important to the story. The opportunity in front of me felt like something I could handle. I had a path now and someone to guide me along it. I wasn't alone. I felt in awe of Lilia's professional attitude and wanted to carry myself the same way. Unfortunately, I am not a professional anything except for professional idiot. There was no point wasting more time thinking of the future. I had been doing that more than enough lately. I studied in bed and managed to get some proper rest before my first official day of owning a tarot shop. No, it is absolutely not important to the story. The Sexy Sorcerer book is the key to unlocking the true ending.
I mean, that book does come up again in a certain route.
I would absolutely believe you, I wouldn't be happy about it. Opening the shop had been nerve-wracking, but those nerves quickly dispersed when no one even looked at the shop. Even though I had followed Lilia's tips for organizing the display window and adding some pizzas, pizzazz, no dawning whether or not I would keep a book with a picture of a topless redhead on the cover is not relevant to the plot of this game. I settled for making myself some of Lilia's special pea flower tea and enjoying the crisp morning with some reading. I wanted to learn about my own card, the High Priestess. It sounded so important, so powerful, it filled me with sudden confidence. I flipped to the High Priestess page in the guidebook, enjoying the ego boost. Well, Luna certainly sounds like me right now. The High Priestess is a card that focuses on the self. She listens to her inner voice, has a deep connection to her being. This card is a sign that introspection is needed and one must have confidence in their own inner voice. Oh, so I need to listen to the voices inside my head. Burn everything! It's probably not a good idea. I felt a bit called out by the description. I definitely struggle to focus on what I truly want and need. Perhaps a bit of introspection would help me find confidence in my inner voice. Dawning, you can disagree all you want. It's still not relevant to the plot of this game.
He just doesn't want to admit the truth that he's just like everyone else and would totally keep a book with a sexy person on the front. If it's to his like, it fits his type.
Not that voice, it's talking about Snowy. Snowy hasn't been here in a while. I'm guessing he either went to sleep or his internet conked out. I stood up and tried to cling to my earlier confidence to guide me. Lilia was confident I wouldn't struggle, so I should feel the same way. Hello, I'm Luna, the proprietor of this store. Are you interested in a reading? I gestured to the table behind me, my tarot deck sitting proudly in the middle.
Sure. I haven't gone for a reading before. How much is it?
Wait, did I actually get someone into the store and miss that someone entered the store?
Yes. Apparently, yes.
I assume there's probably gonna be like a door chime in the final version.
Yeah, there's gonna be it. It's listed as doorbell. Door opening with bell. So there will be a door chime eventually.
Okay, because I literally did not see anything to indicate that someone actually came in.
Harsh ring and shook me out my thoughts as the patron entered the store. I hadn't noticed how rusty the old bell above the door was.
Where did it say that?
Apparently right before I stood up and tried clinging.
Stood up and tried what?
Okay, I stood up and... So right before that one. If you go back like one line... Wait, I felt a bit... Okay, click it. Did it... So it should be between, because it goes, I felt a bit called out by the description, and then it says harsh ringing is the next one. And then I stood up and tried to cling to my earlier confidence.
Okay, so hang on. Felt a bit called out by the description, definitely struggled to focus on what I want and need. Perhaps a bit of introspection would help me feel confidence in my inner voice. I stood up and tried to cling... No! There's nothing there.
Maybe it was added later and wasn't in that particular product, but there's a line in here, so it was probably edited in later because it was so sudden.
Yeah, no, I'm not crazy.
Not this time, at least.
Well, not in this sense.
Fine, okay, I am crazy, but not here. Anyway, I stood up and tried to cling to my earlier confidence to guide me. Lilia was confident I wouldn't struggle, so I should feel the same way. Hello, I'm Luna, the proprietor of this store. Are you interested in a reading? Gesture to the table
Okay.
behind me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, closed off, man.
Okay. Sure. I haven't gone for a reading before. How much is it?
Score! You wouldn't be able to tell if I'm awful at it. This was a stroke of luck. Yes, Ellison, I keep telling myself that because if I keep telling myself that, one day it might be true.
It'll never be true.
The man looked around the store and I suddenly felt self-conscious about my earlier cleaning efforts. I guided his attention back to the tarot table. But I'm very glad that I took away all the erotica and put it upstairs because that would have probably been off-putting.
It's like the only route I think that happens in.
What? Who?
Where she takes the erotica away.
I think that happened before she chose a route.
Nope. That happens out the beginning of Lilia's. That happened only in this route.
Oh, huh. Go figure. That's fine. Take a seat and we can get started. I hadn't decided on a price since I didn't know what was reasonable, so I blurted out the first thing that came to my head. $1 billion! Oh, okay. The first reading comes with a discount, so it'll only cost you 30 gold. That's good marketing! If you say it's a discount, people will more likely want to buy it, even if it's a bit of an outrageous price.
Yep.
Anyway, the man seemed to enjoy the idea of a discount. Reaching into his pocket, he eagerly dropped a small number of coins onto the table. The small amount didn't bring me even close to paying Lilia back. She does have a business degree, yes. Perhaps I should raise the price. I took my seat opposite to him and lit 2 plain white candles. I tried to remember what I read last night. That's true. I mean, I don't know how much 30 gold is worth either. I have no sense of the currency, but this basically tells me that it's not a ton.
I mean, when you consider most like RPGs, 30 gold's just not a lot in general.
I mean, if I compare it directly to something like a 1-to-1 for a rupee in Legend of Zelda, then yeah, no, I can't do shit with 30 rupee.
Exactly.
Amethysts
So
are a
apparently
witch's...
get your reading. Oh, sorry.
Anyway, amethysts are a witch's best friend. This purple powerhouse will make you focus your skills and magic to create the best divination you can. Make sure to have one handy, whether it be in your pocket, on your table, in your hand, or up your nose. Probably. I eyed the solid amethyst cluster in the middle of the table. The man also seemed to be enamored by it. Luckily, I had found it among a small collection of beautiful crystals. Perhaps another interest of the odd man. What is it you want to know? Why have you come for your first reading now? Oh, I suppose it makes sense. Oh, right. I'm not voicing anyone other than Luna.
Oh, I suppose it makes sense you'd ask that.
The man seemed to straighten up in his seat and play with his clothes. I could understand why it would be awkward talking to a stranger about your personal woes. You don't have to give me details, just a brief rundown so I can sense where your troubles lay.
Yeah, well, my son recently started exploring his magic. We're a semi-talented family. We've always had strong magic in our blood.
I nodded and kept my hands on a normal deck that had been left for me. I wasn't confident in using my special deck for others yet.
Well, my son has no talent to speak of. He stumbles with even the easiest spells. I thought it was a confidence issue, but no matter what I try, he fails.
The man sighed deeply and rubbed his brow. He seemed upset, but was clearly holding back. Ah, I figured out the problem.
What's the problem?
It's not his kid.
He's been secretive lately. Oh, I guess he's finding out the truth. He's
I mean-
sneaking out at night.
Okay.
He's sneaking out at night and hasn't shown himself to anyone in the family lately. He's become a hermit of sorts. I'm worried he's made a demon pact. I want to know I need to know if my son needs help. How can I get him to talk to me? How do I help someone who sold themselves to a demon?
Well, it depends. Is it Demon, my adorable Eevee from Let's Go Eevee? Because...
Demon packs are like... Basically, those with demon packs are like druggies.
Well, I was gonna say, if your son sold himself to Demon the Eevee, boy is he screwed. Because Demon took over Team Rocket, and God only knows what she's got your son doing.
So, let's hope not.
Yeah.
Packs take people away from you. They take who they are and leave them empty.
The man's voice raised in frustration, and I felt my heart drop. The Demon Pact. I only knew the basics about pacts, but I knew they weren't a good thing, and now I realize Kai was right to prevent me from signing in blood earlier. I grounded myself and focused on my deck. I really hoped I could do this. I didn't want to disappoint a man who had come to me in his time of suffering. A soft white light flowed through me, down to my hand and into my deck. The cards separated in my mind, and I saw the 3 I needed to choose as I shuffled. The 5 of Cups, the 10 of Swords, and Temperance reversed, so that means upside down.
Correct.
Yeah.
I know a little bit here. I broke the deck up and laid out the 3 cards. I flipped them one by one to allow the man to see them. His eyes eagerly scanned the cards, perhaps searching for an answer he knew he wouldn't find in them. This man wanted to know how to help his son. How do these cards relate to that? I started with the suits. Cups represent emotions, swords represent conflict, and temperance represents a good mix of both. I remembered my previous studying and the methods I'd read about. Analyzing the cards on the table felt like a familiar Wow, so she just read a book and she's like taking off as like a natural. Huh. Innate
He is a
talent.
natural.
Let's start with this one. The 5 of Cups represents looking on the bright side. It reminds us that focusing only on what is lost can only lead to doom. You must focus on what remains. Yes, very video game. You can only work with... let me put it another way. In West of Loathing, reading a book, or more accurately, reading a magazine, can get you to do some really hilarious stuff. Anyway, you can only work with what you have, after all. Your son may have lost part of himself to a demon, but you can help him keep what remains. Be there for him and don't allow the pact to drive you apart. He will need support in the coming days. The 10 of Swords suggests that you feel you have been betrayed by your son. He may have done this because he feels he has failed you. There is clearly a lot of love between you two. The final card was Temperance reversed. This was an important card since it was a major arcana, and a reversed one at that. Temperance reversed can hint at conflict and tension in a relationship. You and your son are at a strained point in your relationship, and it won't get much easier for a while. Stay by him and remember that he is suffering too. Keep cool and remain patient with him. I sighed as I felt the power slowly seeping away from me. I felt a little exhausted as I refocused on the man in front of me. He seemed rather stoic, but it was clear he was trying to process his reading. He took another look at the cards before standing and leaving silently. He had a lot on his shoulders, so I'm not surprised he wasn't up for small talk. Well, goodbye. I took his money to the register and popped it in. I felt conflicted. Well, at least he didn't ask for a refund. I had successfully completed my first reading, but it hadn't been a joyful experience. I mean, no shit. You're there to tell people what the solution to their problems is. It's not always going to be a pleasant solution. Maybe it was similar to the balance of tarot. It gives and takes equally depending on how you read the cards. I had to learn to look at situations the same way. Yes, my advice had been difficult to hear, but it could have been the thing that saved their relationship. Yes, exactly. Precisely so. There wasn't much time to linger on it before the bell clanged. Okay, so here we now actually had a bell chime and a bell clanging again in the text, summoning my attention to the door. I gave readings to the 3 customers I had that day. 3 wasn't bad for a brand new store at the back of a black market. They had all felt lost in their lives, whether it was through a specific problem or a combination of events. Exhaustion weighed me down as I flipped the sign and headed upstairs. Hours drifted by as my night was spent studying once again, accompanied by soft candlelight. Why candlelight? I mean, this is a world with technology. You'd think she could use something other than candlelight, but anyway, a needling paint.
Ambiance?
I suppose.
The shop's pretty old.
What's pretty old?
The shop.
Yeah, but it might have electricity in it.
Anyway. It does.
A needling pang of anxiety kept me awake, too alert to shut off as Wednesday neared. I spent the extra energy on my guidebook, folding over the corners of the Hanged Man, Empress, and High Priestess pages. Okay, she does in fact do it for the atmosphere and the aesthetic. Fine. I wasn't sure what made a person so highly tuned with an Arcana card, but I looked forward to finding others along my journey. So, here is my concern. I'm probably nowhere near completing this path because I'm just an idiot who drags his feet everywhere. And I am getting pretty close to where I end for the day. I know this is meant to be like a short or one-off series. It's probably not going to be... I mean, it's obviously not going to be a one-off series. I'll go a little longer because there were the technical issues at the beginning, but I doubt that I'm even going to finish this one path today, which, again,
You're... Sorry, I was just going to say you're still in the first chapter. And there's a second chapter for Lilia.
Yeah, no. I am the, as I say, I am the opposite of a speed gamer. But yeah, no, we'll go a little later than my usual stop time again, just because of the technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream. And like I said, I'll be trying to cut out as much of that as I possibly can from the beginning, because 20 minutes of just bullshit, it's bad. Anyway, the morning rays showed no concern for me as they slithered through my blinds and poked me awake. Somewhat groggily, I slipped out of bed and tried to contain my growing anxiety as I began getting ready. I soon realized I'd woken up a bit early, so I made some tea to calm my nerves. I read about different divination tools, major arcana, and reversed meanings as I passed the time. The star and the devil stood out to me. Their pages seemed to radiate a subtle energy as my hand brushed over them. It was a gentle but prodding tingling in the tips of my fingers, and I shrugged it off and moved on to the next section. The paper felt thick as I turned it, which means there's probably a couple of pages stuck together.
It's old.
I hoped to become confident in my readings one day as I finished the last drop of my tea and decided it was time to go. The mirror next to the exit caught my eye, and the High Priestess flashed in my mind. She listens to her inner voice and has a deep connection to her being. That's right, I should be confident and connected to myself. I exhaled in an attempt to release some of my anxiety, and I locked up the shop. Next stop, Nature's Repose. Soon enough, I stood before it and stared up at the sign. Maybe my store needed one like this. I found Lilia in her mini kitchen, fussing over some potted flowers by the window. 2 cups of red tea set on the table. Next to one of the cups was a fresh pair of medical gloves and a small notebook. Next to the other cup was an open hair and fashion magazine. Okay. Inside Lilia's cup was a beautiful glass stirrer. This one was more twisted and decorated than the last, and had a small red teardrop charm hanging from the end. I took my seat and inspected the notepad. It was small and handy to carry about, with space for a pen. Morning. What tea is this? Lilia turned around with wide, slightly red eyes and a smile. It seemed an odd combination. Perhaps she was allergic to some of her plants, or perhaps she was up late the night before.
Nah, it's totally the allergic thing. Morning, Blossom. It's... oh gosh! Rubios tea made from Aspalathus linearis. I added a little lemon and honey.
The complicated herb name went over my head, but it sounded delicious. Yes, everything sounds delicious. It only matters whether it tastes delicious, though.
Exactly.
I think. I noticed that Lilia always called me by a nickname. I wanted to give her one, too. Oh, God. Her name shortened would be Lily. The green in her outfit and the flowers in her hair did remind me of lily pads. That wouldn't be a bad nickname. Am I really calling her Lily Pad?
Yes.
This sounds like a horrible idea.
Oh, it's cute.
Got some Lipton tea, it doesn't. Lipton tea is not that delicious. Thanks, Lilypad.
That's not how it's made.
Seemingly liking the new name, she set her watering can down and joined me at the table.
Lily pad?
See,
How
Dawning
cute.
agrees with me. Luna sucks at pet names. Could be Lily Pop, but Lily Pop does not exist in this universe. Probably. Well, maybe Pokemon could be familiars. Lil. So she sat down at the table.
Kind of do have a Muna one. Or rather Mushana.
You have a line, Midori?
I said that. Lilypad, how cute.
Oh. I didn't notice. Well, I'm deaf. She took a sip of her tea before raising an eyebrow at me.
You seem rather tired. Have you been struggling to sleep?
You're one to
Wait,
talk
she's
with your
one to
eyes
talk!
red. She immediately began examining me over the steam of her tea, never seeming to shut that part of herself off. I just stayed up a little... I'm guessing it's supposed to be stayed up a little late. And woke up a bit earlier than I intended. Oh, here. I handed Lilia a small coin pouch I had crafted the other night from junk I deemed useful enough to keep. I had scrounged up the money from the readings and my spare change. It only felt right to put some extra effort in with a cute but lopsided bow. I didn't want to enter this deal. I didn't want to enter this deal of sorts while being indebted to her. She accepted it gleefully and clasped my hand in hers. I noticed her nails were now a soft pink with flowers. Interesting. Because they still look green to me, but again, I understand changing the artwork to that level of detail is too much to expect.
Already? Well done, Blossom. I could tell you'd be a natural.
I definitely wouldn't describe myself as that, but I'd happily take the compliment. I described you as that! The morning progressed slowly while Lilia walked me through the basics. She had pushed her appointments back an hour to give me some time to learn the layout. She showed me how the left side of her clinic had all the equipment she needed for mixing treatments and note-taking, while the right side was full of ingredients. She had a large stock And when I asked about it, she told me she also had a sizable garden where she grew ingredients that were too expensive to buy, like ichor root. No, wait, that's illegal. It seemed the houseplants suffered because of her ever-growing garden, which she seemed to take great pride in, despite the fact that expanding it means that her plants suffer. She also showed me how to greet clients. She also showed me how to greet clients through awkward role plays. Oh, so they played doctor, did they? And how to enter their information properly during an examination. They really did play doctor.
Kinky.
Yeah, well, again, this is a romance game. It seemed I'd be doing mainly clerical work and observation to begin with, which makes perfect sense. It was a wonder how she managed to handle all of this by herself, managing a store, a clinic, and a garden, making her own research and cures, and also having hobbies. She didn't seem the type to share her responsibilities. I wondered if she'd lean on me during this traineeship, or if she'd simply delegate to benefit me. These actions may seem the same from the outside, but their effect on the person is completely different. I hoped I could help Lilia as much as she was helping me. The first few clients went by smoothly. I had to greet them and ask for a rundown of their symptoms while Lilia gathered the necessary ingredients. Keeping the clients distracted made professional small talk seem much easier. I could apply the same principles to my own clients. When it came time to mix ointments or salves, Lilia did so by my side. She showed me how to crush certain types of buds and shells, and how to peel others. She showed me how to make the most of an ingredient, and how to repurpose seemingly useless pieces. I wasn't very good at mixing the pastes. It required more arm strength and technique than I'd thought. Oh, so Lilia's got some good arm strength. Dawning, you might find that interesting. She promised to set some time aside soon to teach me the proper technique, and I resumed my clerical duties. The fourth client that came in was rather shy. He didn't speak much and kept his gaze lowered. I told you that would be interesting. The fourth client that came in was rather shy. He didn't speak much and kept his gaze lowered. I didn't try to push conversation on him, and instead offered him some tea. He accepted this, at least. Okay, now I see why trying to talk to the patient option yesterday, or the last time I was here, was a stupid idea. And yes, Dawning, of course it's interesting for no particular reason. Mine. Lilia began treating his numerous burns while I typed away on the computer. I checked the appointment register and saw that Lilia had taken an early appointment at 7 a.m.? What? How early did I wake up? Good lord. And she pushed her appointments back an hour? Like, either this is an inconsistency, or...
No, the next time.
I mean, yeah, that was before her shop even opened. Oh, so she had taken it before I arrived.
Yeah.
Okay. That was before her shop even opened. Was there an emergency? My thoughts were stopped by Lilia's cheerful voice.
Well, your burns will be gone by the end of the week. I doubt we'll see you again after this, but do remember, I don't only offer physical healing.
What else do you offer?
Private time.
Uh-huh. The man grumbled something as she walked to the other side of the room and made up a little herb mix for him. She had a way of making mundane information sound almost pleasant.
Take these as well. It'll help soothe your mind when you're stressed or feeling antsy.
Oh, okay. Mental health. Yes, that my mind goes to dirty places.
I assumed she'd meant dirty things.
It's possible. As Lilia held the pouch in front of him, the man looked up and I caught a glimpse of his face. One deep purple eye was completely concealed by a golden rune. He looked so young, but his skin showed signs of stress. Didn't Kai have a similar symbol in his eye? Yeah, she's not that flirty. He dipped his head down again and mumbled a quiet, "Thank you."
Have you spoken to your father?
Oh, I wonder if this is... Oh, well, first of all, I figured out what happened to Kai. Second of all, is this the kid of that guy that I just gave the reading for yesterday?
Probably.
It could be. This might be very relevant to the plot.
To a point.
Anyway, have you spoken to your father?
No, I think he already knows anyways. He came home talking about tarot cards and understanding each other.
Ah! It is the son. Good. I perked up at this and suddenly eavesdropped on the conversation. There was no way. There is in fact a way. Was this the son of the man who had entered my shop yesterday?
I don't know. What's gotten into him? That's a good thing. You should really talk to him while he's willing to listen. You don't have to be ashamed about being a warlock. Don't let shame drag you deeper. Dot.
Yeah. He left the clinic quietly with his head still down. Yes, Luna is not a detective dawning. I felt stuck in shock. So people with demon pacts have visible symbols of it. Then Kai. Is that why he disappeared? No, he wouldn't.
He would.
Apparently he did, yes. I mean, okay. Okay, she could be an Ace Attorney. This is not Ace Attorney. This is a completely different universe. With people who might actually be smart.
Oh yeah, no, they're smart. They're very smart.
Yeah. I could understand why that young man's father was so upset. He and his son seemed to have that in common. Pacts take people away from you. They take who they are and leave them empty. It made me think. Uh-oh.
Blossom?
Your head's on fire. You're thinking too hard. Huh? What?
I was just telling you it's time for lunch. Was there something about him that intrigued you?
She seemed to have noticed my surprise. I nodded and raised out of my seat, finally stretching my legs. Yes, I've heard about demon pacts, but I haven't had close contact with them before. Not really. We walked to the kitchen together as we spoke.
They can be shocking. Sadly, they aren't uncommon. They've become even more popular as of late.
Lilia seemed to have her own history with them. I'm sure she's treated many warlocks over the years. I sat at the table at Lilia's request and flipped through the magazine. It had tips and steps for various hairstyles and makeup looks. Okay, so Lilia's... I don't know if she's insulting Luna's style, but she's certainly not complimenting it. There was a spread that was particularly dog-eared and crinkled. It seemed this style had frustrated Lilia many times before. A plate with a neatly cut sandwich and small salad was placed in front. I thought that was referring to a hairstyle at first, and it was like, what the hell does this mean? A plate with a neatly cut sandwich and small salad was placed in front of me as I looked through the page's instructions. Realizing that Lilia had made us food, I quickly got up to make us some tea. I carefully handled the kettle when picking out a tea from her collection. Camellia sinensis didn't mean anything to me, but it looked promising. Unfortunately, it drugged us both and we both slept for the rest of the day. I scooped some of the leaves into the kettle strainer and boiled it gently. The tea was a golden yellow and had a sweet scent as I poured us 2 cups and set them on the table.
Thank you. This is one of my favorites. It has a sweeter taste than most and a silky texture.
I never really took notice of those things when I drank tea. It made her sound sophisticated.
Just puts her pinky out. You seem to
Yes.
know my taste very well.
Yes,
You wouldn't,
that was very clearly not an accident.
you wouldn't be testing the strength of my love detector, would you?
I'm sorry, you're what?
My, she is forward.
She smirked gently and leaned her chin on her crossed hands. Back to normal Lily. I like this artwork of her with the winking face, though.
That
Don't
is
ask me
labeled
why.
flirty. That is labeled flirty.
Well,
That's
good.
the name of that sprite. So, yeah. That's probably why you like it. She's straight up flirting with you.
Most of the time, I can't tell. Like, even when my wife is flirting with me, I can't tell. Anyway, no, nothing like that. I'm just repaying you for your kindness. You've done a lot for me, even though we barely know each other.
Then let's change that. I want to know you, Luna.
I felt my heart begin to race a little as she rested her head on her palm, her pink eyes eagerly watching my reaction. I looked down at the magazine again. Sure, cute pink-haired lady asking you to tell her about yourself, and you just stare at a frickin' magazine.
She's nervous.
I suppose. I'd like that too, Lilypad. Her soft laughter didn't calm my heart as she moved closer, leaning close to me so we could look at the magazine together. Oh boy. The stray lock of her hair fell onto my shoulder, and the fragrance of her shampoo wafted around us. It was an elegant smell, floral but musky.
That
Luna
one.
is gay panic personified.
That one. I've been trying to learn it, but my hair is just too long.
I snapped out of my daze and followed her gaze to the page in question. Lilia's nose scrunched up as she eyed the page with venom. Her expression softened when she gazed at my hair instead.
Hey. Your hair is quite a bit shorter than mine, and such a pretty color, too. Would you mind if I practice on you?
And there's her flirty expression again. Absolutely not. You can practice whatever you want. It was hard to resist her pleading expression. It was even harder to resist when she reached out and lifted a strand of my hair. Lilia's hair always looked beautiful. She clearly knew about this kind of stuff. The style in the spread was a flower-themed one, similar to hers, with 2 large puffy braids. Am I about to get a new hairstyle?
Maybe.
Good. I nodded enthusiastically after a moment of contemplation, and Lilia beamed with excitement.
Thank you. I'll do my best. I'll go grab the flowers. I have the perfect ones for you. I want to highlight your eyes. There'll be 2 purple oases amongst the sea of blue. Yeah, she's so flirty.
She really, really is. This is the good path. She flashed a wink at me before rushing out of sight. I sighed and felt the heat in my cheeks with the back of my hand. Hopefully she doesn't continue with the flirty comments while she's actually playing with my hair. That would be far too stressful. I wondered if there were any more appointments today, but I was sure Lilia wouldn't be so thoughtless, so those worries subsided quickly. She returned with an armful of purple flowers and a wide grin. The purple flowers were small and rounded, and 2 long white flowers sat in the middle.
You just killed a bunch of flowers just to do Luna's hair.
Eh,
Purple cosmos and 2 beautiful white fuchsia flowers. They'll look beautiful in your hair.
oh boy. Her perfume danced around us as she worked on my hair. It was elegant and sweet, like coconut, caramel, and something else I couldn't place. It smelled wonderful and suited her perfectly. An elegant and soft person who's a little mysterious. She gave me tips and compliments as she braided away, her fingers brushing against my nape every so often. If she did notice my shivers and blushes, I'm beyond glad she didn't tease me about them. More drugs in Lilia's perfume. Well, she is flirty. Her small praises made it hard to remain composed. She went on about how my shampoo complemented my perfume, how my hair was so silky and so easy to work with, and how the color brought attention to my eyes. It left me more than a little flustered, to be honest. It took her a while to finish the braids. There seemed to be 3 braids forming into 1 on each side, and I could understand why she had struggled with it. I was glad to be her model, even if she wasn't letting my heart relax.
Ah, I see. I'll have to try this out again once I've got time. Maybe you can pick some new flowers for me to try.
Oh, I didn't get a new hairstyle.
Oh yeah, those probably don't change.
I nodded
Too
in
temporary for that.
Say
Sorry.
that again?
I said it's too temporary for that, for the sprite
Fair
to
enough.
change.
I nodded and admired my new hair in the mirror. The fuchsia flowers looked amazing. Sadly, it would only last tonight since I couldn't sleep with a mini garden in my... I mean, she seems to.
They bring out your eyes.
Well. She leaned on my shoulder and looked into the reflection with me. I saw my cheeks heating up and quickly placed the mirror on the table. I felt a pat on my shoulder and turned to see Lilia with her phone out, the camera app open. I nodded and got closer to her, her arm coming to a rest over my shoulder. The camera clicked and we checked out the photo. It was cute. We looked fashionable and our hair colors complemented each other. Lilia was beautiful as usual and my hair looked amazing. I was never one to take many photos of myself, but I really liked this one.
You're so cute. You look so cool, Luna. Give me your number so I can send this to you. I promise I won't spam you too often.
I opened my contact app and we typed each other's info in. We set our contact photos as the picture we just took, and I felt like I was making a good friend in Lilia. Yes, good friend.
Yeah.
Best friends. Just a couple of gals being pals.
Obviously,
Exactly.
yeah. Blossom and Lilypad go so well together, don't they? Did you give me a matching pet name on purpose?
Do they really go that well together?
I mean, they're both plants, I guess, plant related.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, it's fine.
Anyway, it's not a pet name. It's not my... No, it specifically is a pet name. You were specifically looking for a pet name for her.
She's flustered. Let her be.
It's not my fault we naturally suit each other. Yes, historians will say they were best friends.
What a charmer. Let's finish our work for the day. I want to hear more about your first day of running your shop.
I happily followed Lilia back into the lab, eagerly relaying my new knowledge of the arcana and my newfound talent. I asked about the previously promised tarot resources, and Lilia handed them to me almost somberly. She was smiling but didn't say much. She seemed to move past the topic quickly, and I felt it would have been wrong to question her. Time flew, and it wasn't long before I was back home. I searched the cupboards for food and found nothing but a selection of baking ingredients. The fridge had a few small things, but not enough to make a meal. Well, that sucks. I guess I'm not eating anything tonight. Flour, margarine, yeast, oil. I could make bread. I wouldn't doubt it dawning. It was probably the appointment at 7, and the tarot patient probably died of that mana rot or whatever you call it. I could make bread. I didn't have much else and business wasn't exactly booming. Having a fresh loaf would make meals easier until I had more income. I made some simple dough and left it to rest overnight. The moon rested in the sky, and as I headed upstairs to prepare for bed, I looked at my new hairstyle and decided to take a few more photos, trying different poses and angles. There were only 2 photos I actually liked. The rest were blurry or awkward looking. I sent my favorites to Lilia and sat in front of my mirror so I could carefully remove the flowers from my hair. Once I'd finished with my hair, I entered the other room upstairs and slipped a few of the Odd Man's hair magazines out of the trash bag. There were a few hairstyles I thought Lilia might like, so I cut some out and set them on my bedside table for the morning. How thoughtful of her. I wanted to find some way to repay her. I didn't want our relationship to be unbalanced. I'd start with getting up early and preparing our lunches for tomorrow. You don't have food! You literally do not have food, and you do not have money to get food. I am confused. Yes, he does have fabulous hair, so I suppose his hair magazines would in fact be useful for this sort of thing. Anyway, I'd start with getting up early and preparing our lunches for tomorrow. I'm sure she'd enjoy the chance to relax during her break. Lunch is just bread, yes. Something to go with the bread I'd prepared. My phone chimed as I got into bed for the night. I grabbed it and was happily surprised to see a message from Lilypad.
Oh, so cute. I knew it'd suit you.
I'm up for being your model whenever. I've never had my hair done like this.
I might have to open a hair salon in my store for waiting clients.
We texted for a while until it was nearly midnight. We'd be exhausted tomorrow at this rate. I looked at her final texts as my eyes got heavy.
I had a little accident with some ink, and I've got to take inventory of my stock again. I've also got a ton of spring cleaning to do. You up to help out, Blossom? After all, it is your fault I got distracted.
Oh dear. My fault? And how did she manage that? Another text popped up.
I'll teach you something cool.
Uh-oh. I'm up for this. She seemed mischievous and young at heart, but sometimes it seemed like she was being weighed down by her responsibilities. I wanted to ease that burden a little. My fingers tapped against the screen to send her a thumbs up, and I settled into my covers. I'd surely hear the details of her mishap tomorrow. Sleep arrived quickly amongst ideas of what food would be best. Something healthy, balanced, tasty, but also light. I believe this is where, unless the chapter is going to end very, very soon.
It's the end of the chapter.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So will there be like a screen that shows when I start the second chapter?
Apparently not, because something healthy, balanced, tasty, but also light is the last line of the chapter.
Perfect.
So it looks like we haven't gotten the chapter in betweens, the chapter transitions in yet.
That's perfect. So okay, that works very well, because I was considering it is probably about
midnight?
time for me to head out for the night.
You matched the timing that Luna went to sleep, midnight.
I did, just about, yeah. So, this is actually quite fun. The artwork, the sprite work, the story itself is very engaging. Like I said, so visual novels certainly romance games. Not specifically my cup of tea, but Midori did work on this one, and I've been thinking about something else to do between Ace Attorneys or between Ace Attorney and my next major series. This has been a lot of fun, and I guess I'm just getting started with it, so expect at least one, probably 2 or 3 more weeks out of this on Monday nights moving forward. Man.
Depends how long Chapter 2 is, but yeah, I'd reckon maybe 3, 2 if we're really quick.
So, Chapter 2 should be about the same length as Chapter 1.
Okay.
Chapter 1 started after she chose the Empress card. So that's the length of Chapter 2, because around the same. Because each chapter is around the same amount. And
Sure.
that's going to be the same for Star's 2 chapters, is they're each going to be about the same length as Lilia's. We aim to make chapters consistent in word count.
Yeah,
word count.
Makes sense. So theoretically, without the without the technical issues at the beginning, and without needing to go a little longer, maybe.
And if we don't have to play prologue again, we'll get to the start of Nova pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go through the prologue.
Yeah, so that'll be okay. But yeah, no, this is, like I said, a lot of fun so far. Expect at least 2, possibly 3 more streams out of this. And if and when there ever is a final version, or if you want me to do some more playing around with this game after you've completed more paths, you know where to find me, you know how to reach me. I'm up for more of this, because it's amusing. It really is. All right. So, time for normal wrap-up things. If you only caught part of this VOD, or you want to see some of my other content, I upload all of my videos to my YouTube channel over there. That is also where I had the poll where y'all voted to get me to do something like this. Or to get me to do this particular game. If you watch this on YouTube, once I upload it there, I'm probably going to take care of that tomorrow, though, because I'm going to actually have to do some editing to it, which is not fun. But you can also watch all of my... you can watch me live on my Twitch channel over here. I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings. So Monday evenings will be this for at least a couple of more weeks. Wednesday evenings are Tears of the Kingdom, which is a lot of fun. I found a lot more shrines, and we'll probably be doing a Depths Coliseum fun run during my next stream of that, so that'll be great. You can also catch myself and Dawning Winds over on the Bulbagarden Twitch channel over there. I stream Pokemon Alpha Sapphire on Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. United States Central Time. And you can also find other excellent streamers there, such as The Caps Fan, Dapper Cody, Abby Does Pixels, and I believe Archaic will be returning to streaming next week, giving him a little bit of time to recover from his trip back to Australia. Speaking of the Bulbagarden Twitch channel, we will be participating, and in point of fact, I think we will be hosting an event called the Bulbagarden Catchathon in partnership with the American Cancer Society. I believe that will be February 13th through 17th. I do not have a specific announcement for that yet. I believe the official announcement for that will be coming from the ACS sometime this week. But that is a charity event, so we do aim to have 24/7 coverage during that particular weekend. That is, the extended Valentine's Day weekend, so I couldn't do the romance game then, even if I wanted to. But that's going to be something we're doing. Even if you personally can't donate, please stop by the channel while we're streaming, because could always use the company. Having a stream with no one in chat is rather boring and lonely. And then certainly spread the word about the event. Obviously, once we have more details or the official announcement from the ACS, that will become a lot easier. But, in the meantime, please just have it in the back of your mind. And again, just be aware that is something that I will be participating in, along with the rest of the wonderful streamers from Bulba Garden. That said, it is way past my bedtime. I probably need to change the bandages on my right thumb. And, I should also... Well, there's probably something else I should be doing. But that will do it for me for this evening. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope to see you all Wednesday. And God bless this mess.
Good night.
See ya.